Co-chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I think we do have the quorum now, so if I can call our meeting to order, co-chair, if that's fine.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, let's proceed. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear friends and colleagues. Greetings from Solomon Islands. I am Jeremiah Manele, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and External Trade of Solomon Islands. It is my great pleasure to co-chair to this meeting with His Excellency Mr. Thomas Anker Christensen, Climate Ambassador of Denmark at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Climate, Energy and Utilities. Before we start our meeting today, let me give you some important housekeeping rules. As you know, today's meeting is in hybrid format, with some joining in person while others online. For online participants and panelists, please kindly read the slide that is put up on your screen now. Thank you. I hope you've been able to read the slide that has been put up on the screen. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today's session is focusing on supporting our climate, recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, and building a resilient society against future shocks. Let me now move on to make a few opening remarks. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, a very good morning and good evening to all participating, both in person and virtually, at this second session of this Asia-Pacific Regional Review meeting on the implementation of the Istanbul Programme of Action in preparation for the 5th United Nations Conference on the Least Developed Countries. It gives me great pleasure to deliver a few opening remarks at this session, appropriately titled, Supporting Our Climate, Recovery from the COVID-19 Pandemic, and Building a Resilient Society Against Future Shocks. COVID-19 was a term that was barely known last year. However, it would go on to become the deadliest pandemic we would witness in this very age. Rapidly, over time, it would begin to spread from one single person to millions in all corners of the globe. According to the World Health Organization statistics, as of 30 August 2021, there have been over 200 million confirmed cases of COVID-19, including 4.5 million deaths worldwide. Border closures became necessary, and disruptions to global trade and economy was felt worldwide. It not only infected people, but also tested the public health systems of countries, and further also impacted on cultures and social relations within and between countries. The economies and the development aspirations of least developed countries, including Solomon Islands, have been and continue to be severely tested. According to the UN Conference on Trade and Development, the economic loss due to the shutdown of global tourism alone is anticipated to be around $4 trillion US. The overall cost to the global economy is definitely much more than that, and this trend is expected to continue for the foreseeable future. However, prior to the global pandemic of COVID-19, LDCs have already begun to feel the impact of climate change. Rising greenhouse gas emissions over the last 10 decades have resulted in degraded land fertility, lowered agricultural production, and reduced biodiversity. The ocean acidification is causing deterioration in the health of the marine ecosystem and continues to threaten food security and economic viability. Increased frequency of extreme weather events are damaging our limited infrastructure and posing health hazards for our populations. This makes rebuilding a very costly exercise, especially when it has to take place 3 or 4 times a year. These climate change effects combined, which are caused by greenhouse gas emissions, pose grave threat to every aspect of people's very existence. Given the slow onset of these effects, it may have been a lot less concerning, given that it has not as yet caused loss of life as much as COVID-19 has. However, it is this complacent attitude that will most certainly make climate change an even more deadly phenomenon. Climate change is the gravest threat to the sustainable livelihoods, well-being, viability, security, and sovereignty of LDCs, particularly small island developing states. The latest UN report, as the UN Secretary General puts it, and I quote, "The world is on red alert," end of quote. When the Paris Agreement was agreed to 5 years ago, global temperature was at 1.1 degrees Celsius. Today, it is now at 1.2 degrees Celsius, and it most certainly will increase due to current lack of substantive action to counter this. Low ambition of commitments under the Paris Agreement creates an uncertain future for the LDCs and the rest of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, stronger mitigation action under the Paris Agreement is needed in order to put the world on a below 5.5 degree pathway. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, COP26 overarching priorities are closing the Paris Agreement work program. In other words, conclude the Paris rulebook, and secondly, to fully operationalize the Paris Agreement. Current low ambition under the Paris Agreement, common time frame of the NDC is needed. Markets and non-market negotiations needs to be concluded. Loss and damage to be operationalized, as well as support for the watershed mechanism. Adaptation funds should save and support the Paris Agreement. The planet that we call home requires greater action and high ambition in order to remain a home to the generations that will come after us. This will require collective action from all of us to address the myriad of challenges that lay before us. It is therefore my hope that our interaction and discussions today will allow us to come up with these solutions and inspire the transformative change we need to protect our people and our planet. I thank you. With these opening remarks, I now would like to invite Ambassador Christensen for his opening remarks. Ambassador Christensen, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you to the RLS for inviting me and Denmark to co-chair this session with you. Minister, you have already laid out in great detail the challenge before us, and I have nothing much to add to what you said. In reality, the science, as you referred to the IPCC report, is unequivocal. We are really facing the twin crisis of the pandemic and climate change, and we have to integrate our reaction to the two into one coherent framework and set of actions. We have to, in short, build back, build forward, better and and greener. Fortunately, we do have the framework and the roadmaps for getting out of the crisis. We have the Paris Agreement that you referred to. We also have the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. And the LDCs, you also have the Istanbul Plan of Action and are now preparing for the next phase. And hence, looking ahead, it's very much about implementation, finishing the rule book for Paris, but really about then implementing what has been decided. Minister, you referenced the upcoming COP26 in Glasgow, and I fully agree that is an opportunity really to drive ambition, both when it comes to mitigation and adaptation and finance. We need to come out of Glasgow as a collective with the ambition to stay on track for 1.5 degrees, but also to deliver on the 100 billion pledge and on the fair balance between adaptation and mitigation efforts. The onus is on the major emitters. The G20 countries have agreed to deliver their enhanced NDCs by the time of the COP. They will meet at head of state level in Rome just before the COP. But really, we all have to do our part. And I think if we join hands in raising ambition, both on mitigation and adaptation, we do have a chance as a global community to still make a last-ditch effort to stay within those boundaries. But really, then the next step is the LDC conference next year, and I think the topic of today and the discussion around what targets and what measures you can put on the table, you can take, is really timely. That's also why we in Denmark, actually during the crisis, have tried to combine both the recovery, our push for staying on track with delivering on Paris, but then also our global involvement. During the height of the pandemic last year, we adopted a climate law, setting in law a 70% emission reduction target for 2030. And since then, we've been working hard on implementing that law with more than 60 political agreements in Denmark on everything from energy to transport. We're working on agriculture, on tax reforms, and so on. And we have also adopted the first comprehensive global climate strategy. Domestically, we are working on ending our use of fossil fuels, and we have decided to end further licensing of oil and gas, to end production of oil and gas. We are the largest oil and gas producer in the European Union, but we think oil and gas producers should align their oil and gas production with the Paris Agreement, and my Prime Minister is going to push a major initiative on this at the COP. We are also working hard on decarbonizing shipping, where Danish ship owners like Maersk have a major role to play, and we are pushing hard on a rapid scale up of offshore wind, including around the world and in close collaboration with IRENA. On climate finance, yesterday, the Danish government announced that we will be almost doubling our climate financing from now until 2023, reaching more than $500 million in grants, 60% of that for adaptation to the poorest and most vulnerable. So we do think that we are trying to do everything we can as a small developed country to meet our responsibilities. As we respond to the COVID-19 crisis, we must also bear in mind that there are no one-size-fits-all solutions. National contexts matter, local ownership is key, and our joint efforts should respond to the needs of both partners and populations and vulnerable communities. As part of the recovery efforts, substantial funds are and will be invested, and we should ensure that they are also supporting climate action. That is a unique opportunity to build back both better and greener. We also have to keep a focus on youth, creating a better future for young men and women, and with a particular attention to the most vulnerable communities. We know that the COVID-19 has had a devastating effect on many Asian economies, and Minister, you outlined some of those. But we also have to focus on the young people who are now entering the labor market on creating the jobs and the livelihoods for them that they will need in the future. Fortunately, the International Renewable Energy Agency has also clearly laid out that creating jobs in renewable energy both creates more jobs than in fossil-based energy, is a healthy transition for the economy, but also for energy generation, public health, and so on. So our chance and task now is to translate climate and pandemic challenges into tangible results of recovery and building resilience, identifying steps for transition from a fossil-based economy to a clean, green economy, while also ensuring social justice and the transition of workers and communities. So I'm happy to co-chair with you, Minister, the discussion here today, and hope we can use this time fruitfully to come up with good suggestions and concrete actions that can be taken forward. And just in closing, say how happy I am to physically be here with you. I wish you would have been here with us, Minister. But really, it's encouraging to see a very good turnout under these conditions here in Geneva for this conversation this morning. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you, Ambassador Christensen, Co-Chair. It's a pleasure to be here with you. And let me also take the opportunity to acknowledge the initiatives, both adaptation and mitigation initiatives and measures that Denmark, your great country, is pursuing in your efforts to address climate change. Before we move on, let me also, I think I have mistakenly said in my opening remarks, a 5 degrees Celsius pathway. It should be 1.5 degree pathway, 1.5 degree pathway for the records. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are very pleased to have excellent speakers today, and they all come with a wealth of experience and a variety of perspectives. We will first have 2 keynote addresses, followed by a panel of 3 distinguished speakers. We will first hear from His Excellency Dasho Mr. Sonam P. Wangdi, Chair of the LDC Group at the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and Secretary for National Environment Commission, the Royal Government of Bhutan. He will be followed by Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, the Director General of the World Health Organization. However, due to scheduling conflicts, they will deliver pre-recorded statements. We are very appreciative of their commitment despite their busy engagements. We are particularly grateful to His Excellency Sonma Wangdi, Chair of the LDC Group at the UNFCCC. He recorded the message while recovering from a hospital. We wish him a speedy recovery and good health. I would now like to ask the Secretariat to play the keynote statements, and I also hand over to Ambassador Christensen to chair.
Honorable co-chairs, excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and honor to be here at the second session of the Asia-Pacific Regional Review on the implementation of the Istanbul Program of Action in preparation for the 5th United Nations Conference on the Least Developed Countries. Let me begin by thanking His Excellency Dr. A.K. Abdul Momen, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Government of Bangladesh, His Excellency Courtney Rattray, Under-Secretary General and High Representative of UN ORILS, and Her Excellency Armida Salshia Alice Jabana, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, for inviting me to speak at this important session on climate, recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, building a resilient society against future shocks. The subject is a burning issue of the day that we must all be concerned about and willing to act on. Today, climate and the coronavirus pandemic are the two most important and critical crises that the world is grappling with. All around the world, people, communities, and countries are dealing with multiple shocks from climate and COVID-19 related impacts. No one is immune from these crises, but the least developed countries are certainly among the worst hit by each compounding shock. Countless lives and livelihoods have been affected, millions have lost jobs, and economies have come to a standstill. COVID-19 pandemic has become a threat multiplier to climate change. With such scenarios, we will be stuck in an endless cycle of recovery and reconstruction. It derails the substantial gains made towards socio-economic development of our countries and livelihoods of our communities. The vulnerable countries will continue to be trapped in the vicious cycle of poverty, undermining the sustainable development goals. Therefore, building a resilient society against future shocks is a very important milestone that we must all strive to achieve. The LDCs have launched our vision to be on climate resilient development pathways by 2030 and deliver net zero emissions by 2050 to ensure our societies and ecosystems thrive. At the UN Climate Summit in 2019, hosted under the leadership of UN Secretary General, the LDC-5 program must lead towards achieving this vision and milestones. Climate change is only getting worse. The science tells us that to achieve the Paris Agreement goal of limiting the global warming to 1.5 degree, global emissions need to be halved by 2030, and the world must achieve net zero by 2050. Science has warned us that the latest IPCC report is a reconfirmation of the 1.5 degree special report. This is an alarm bell that we must all respect, listen to, and act on. The coronavirus pandemic has taught us what happens when we do not listen to science. The climate crisis will be far worse as we are working against nature despite the warnings. But currently, we are not on track. We are not listening. In fact, we are grossly off track with current policies. We are leading towards warming of 3 degrees or more by end of this century. Already, even at 1 degree of warming, the impacts are devastating. Every year across the LDCs, we are grappling with cyclones, floods, unusually heavy rains, landslides, and droughts. For the Asia-Pacific region, the assessment carried out by International Center for Integrated Mountain and Development based in Nepal tells us that Hindu Kush Himalayan glaciers will melt by 1/3 even if the global temperature rise is limited to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And in such a scenario, the warming will likely be at least 0.3 degree higher in the Hindu Kush Himalaya and at least 0.7 degree higher in the Northwest Himalaya and Karakoram. The report on the inventory of these glaciers from the region shows that many of these glaciers are considered large enough to cause serious damage downstreams once they burst out. This means millions of our people who rely on these glaciers for drinking water, sanitation, agriculture, and hydropower will be exposed to climate-induced calamities such as floods, landslides, droughts, heat waves, tropical cyclones, irreversible biodiversity loss, and many more. These upstream devastations will impact downstream fellow colleagues in the Pacific, leading to sea level rise. In the next few decades, we may not see many of our fellow Pacific countries. The entire island might get wiped out. Therefore, we cannot stay complacent. We must act now, and what needs to be acted must be reflected in the LDC-5 so that collectively we can address. Climate change and COVID-19 issues cannot be resolved in silos. We need global solidarity and cooperation. For LDCs, priorities must be to improve the abilities of our communities to adapt to the effects of climate change, build resilience to climate and other shocks, and reduce vulnerability. Inadequate capacity and accessing finance are perennial issues for the LDCs. We must find ways to strengthen institutions and enhance capacity at national and local levels. We have had very good lessons from COVID-19 pandemics that business as usual is not working, and there is tremendous window of opportunity for transformative green recoveries to build back better, to deliver stronger climate sustainability, health, and economic outcomes. Digitization and innovative technologies have a major role to play for greening the socio-economic development of our countries. For now, what we need is a green economic stimulus packages to address both health and climate risk by adopting clear science-based pathways to reach net zero emissions by 2050 that deliver better outcomes both for economies and the environment. But we know that we cannot address this in silos. The impacts are far-reaching and the solutions must be all-encompassing. Reaching a consensus towards a common goal is an opportunity to lead us towards this vision. Therefore, I wish you a fruitful discussion in deepening understanding on issues related to Asia and Pacific LDCs and exploring innovative areas for mutual benefits to pursue the goal of building a resilient society, ecosystem, and economies. Thank you, and Tashi Dilek.
Technicians, I think you have to roll the next. Yes.
Dear colleagues and friends, the COVID-19 pandemic has underscored a fundamental lesson. The health of humans, animals, and the planet that sustains us are intimately linked. The same unsustainable choices that are killing our planet are also killing people. We need a climate-resilient economic recovery from the pandemic to put us on a more sustainable and inclusive path for the long-term health and safety of humankind. Last year, WHO published our Manifesto for a Healthy Recovery, which contains recommendations for protecting nature, clean energy, water and sanitation, sustainable food systems, healthier cities, and reducing pollution. A One Health approach is essential for preventing, detecting, and responding rapidly to emerging pathogens, as well as addressing antimicrobial resistance and improving food safety. In May of this year, together with our sister UN agencies, WHO established a One Health high-level expert council. And later this year, WHO and our partners will deliver a special report on health and climate change ahead of the COP26 climate conference in Glasgow. The pandemic is a powerful demonstration that health is not a luxury item. It is the foundation of social, economic, and political stability. That's why WHO will continue to supporting each of your countries to build a healthier, safer, fairer, and more sustainable future. I thank you.
We thank His Excellency Mr. Somanam Wangdi, the chair of the LDC Group, and Dr. Tedros of the World Health Organization. I also want to thank my co-chair, Minister Manele, for his introductory remarks, and we now proceed with the distinguished panelists that we have lined up for you today. His Excellency Dr. Tin Ponlok, Secretary of State of the Ministry of Environment of the Kingdom of Cambodia, is joining us virtually, whereas we have the physical presence here today of Ms. Mami Mitsutori, the Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for Disaster Risk Reduction, and His Excellency Mr. Amrit Bahadur Rai, the Permanent Representative of Nepal to the United Nations. So we welcome you all and thank you for your participation. And we are sure that all three will bring their unique perspectives, enlightening views, and share national experiences. And then we will have the discussion afterwards, including with questions in the interactive discussions that might be also posted online. So without further ado, let me invite our first panelist, Dr. Tin Ponlok, the Secretary of State of the Ministry of Environment of Cambodia, to share his views. Dr. Ponlok, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ambassador. Excellency co-chairs, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to join you virtually today for this important event as we assess the progress made in the implementation of the Istanbul Program of Action. Up until 2020, Cambodia has made remarkable progress in achieving the targets set in the IPOA, including an average annual growth rate above the 7% target, significant poverty reduction, and meeting for the first time all the criteria required for LDC graduation at the 2021 triennial review. After graduation from low-income country status, Cambodia still managed to increase access to external development resources, with increasing foreign direct investment, concessional loans, and climate finance. Around 97% of Cambodian villages have access to electricity by December 2020. Unfortunately, like all countries in this room, we have been severely affected by the economic and social consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic in the past 2 years. Almost all key economic and social indicators have been affected. Cambodia managed to partially mitigate this impact through aggressive actions, including relief measures for economic actors and direct cash transfer for the most vulnerable. We have also rolled out an ambitious and aggressive vaccination program with support from our international partners, making Phnom Penh the capital city with the highest vaccination rate in the world, and Cambodia the second country with the highest vaccination rate in Southeast Asia. We hope that this will provide a solid foundation for our COVID recovery strategy, which is based on the need to revive affected economic sectors, effectively manage the continuing risk of the pandemic, and strengthen economic and social resilience to future shocks. Indeed, as we start discussing our next 10-year program of action, sustainability and resilience should be at the forefront of our priorities. The pandemic and the increasing impacts of climate change are here to remind us that long-term development can only be secured if we find sustainable way to grow without putting excessive stress on our natural resources. Cambodia is a strong supporter of multilateral efforts on climate change and more broadly on environmental issues. LDCs are most affected by external shocks, and we need to continue our advocacy for ambitious multilateral action on environment and climate change issues, starting with COP26 this November. This should include a frank dialogue with developing countries on achieving their commitments on financing for development, with a specific focus on LDCs. The pandemic has also demonstrated how interdependent developing economies and investment in more resilient and sustainable economies in LDCs is also an investment in a more stable and secure environment for global development. In closing, I would like to thank the UN and the government of Bangladesh for hosting this preparatory meeting. I hope that we can together draw the lessons of our successes over the past 10 years, but also learn from the impacts of the COVID pandemic to chart a course for LDCs toward a more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive development. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Ponlock, for your remarks and for drawing our attention to the role external shocks play in affecting the LDCs, but also the need to find ways to sustainable growth to build resilience and in a sustainable manner. I would like now to invite Ms. Mami Mitsutori, the Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for Disaster Risk Reduction, to share her perspectives. Ms. Mitsutori, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, it is a great pleasure to be with you this morning in person in the Palais. I thank the government of Bangladesh, UN OLIS, and ESCAP for inviting me to this very important session. In the middle of the global pandemic and escalating climate crisis, as many of the previous speakers have mentioned, it has become clear that reaching the Sustainable Development Goals is contingent on achieving the goal of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, which is, in essence, to prevent the creation of new risks and to reduce the existing disaster risks. And nowhere is this more obvious for the least developed countries. Extreme weather events and the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic are undermining the economic and social development of LDCs more than ever. This is clearly stated in ESCAP's report launched last week, Asia Pacific Disaster Report 2021. Data submitted by LDCs to the Sendai Framework Monitor against the 7 global targets of the framework, they also confirm the disproportionate high economic and human losses from disasters that LDCs are experiencing day on day. We are already 6 years on from the adoption of the Sendai Framework in 2015, which calls for special attention to be given to the LDCs. And the Istanbul Program of Action includes disaster risk reduction as a priority area for action. Progress has been made, but considerable gaps remain. Gaps for risk-informed development decisions to be adopted across all sectors. And despite the commitments to disaster risk reduction of the LDCs, LDCs continue to be left behind due to the impact of disasters. So it is high time for a program of action for the LDCs to put disaster risk reduction at its core. And I would like to emphasize, as we all know, that the LDC 5 conference is the last chance to do this before 2030. It is encouraging to see disaster risk reduction featured prominently in the draft Doha Program of Action. To achieve the objective of ensuring all LDCs graduate from the category, it is critical to integrate a risk-informed approach to economic and social development throughout the new program of action. This will also protect the gains LDCs have made until now and ensure economies and societies are more resilient to the next shocks that have been mentioned again by many, be it a pandemic, a global economic downturn, or a climate catastrophe. The COVID-19 pandemic must be a watershed moment for disaster risk reduction. We always say that we cannot waste any disaster, and I think this is very true in the case of COVID-19. Recent General Assembly resolutions call upon member states to design recovery strategies that are risk-informed and build resilience. The Secretary General has also called on countries to apply the Sendai framework to support sustainable and resilient recovery from this pandemic. So UNDRR, my office, and our UN partners are supporting governments to this end. We are also working with countries, including several LDCs, to collect disaster loss data, conduct multi-hazard risk assessments, and to update national disaster risk reduction strategies, as well as the local ones, to include pandemics as part of a comprehensive multi-hazard approach to disaster risk reduction. To give you a few examples, UNDRR provided technical support for the development of a national DRR strategy in Lao PDR. We support Bangladesh to enhance the collection and analysis of multi-hazard risk information and to apply this, importantly, to its development planning. In the Pacific, we support LDCs to revise and update National Disaster Risk Management and Climate Change Acts and to develop local capacities for disaster risk reduction. And I am happy to report that almost all LDCs in Asia Pacific have already national DRR strategies in place, and the rest are working to development or almost finalizing them. This is very encouraging and welcome because these strategies do represent a key step towards building resilience in LDCs situated in the world's most disaster-prone region, Asia Pacific. That said, the development of the strategy in its own is not enough. They need to be implemented so that decisions in all sectors are risk-informed. And for this, LDCs require much more investment and support. This should include the development of dedicated innovative financing instruments for prevention and risk reduction, such as resilience or prevention bonds, blended financing, partnerships, adaptive shock responsive social protection mechanisms, and pooled funding. As the climate crisis intensifies, risk transfer, insurance, and financing for preparedness, they are important, but not enough to protect development investments from the impact of disasters. The Doha Program of Action must be a clarion call for bilateral donors, IFIs, and global and regional development banks to align their support to the LDCs with the implementation of the Sendai framework. As Ambassador Christensen mentioned, the frameworks are there. We need to implement them. We need to have the commitments turned into action. International cooperation to developing countries for the implementation of the Sendai framework. This is one of the 7 global targets of the framework to enhance international cooperation for disaster risk reduction. This will be the focus of this year's International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction on 13 October. As many LDCs in Asia and the Pacific are in the process of graduating from the category, this process is an opportunity. It's an opportunity, a real one, to ensure domestic economic and development policy and international support prevents and reduce disaster risk. This is essential to ensure that graduation is sustainable. It is extremely concerning that LDCs, many of them are graduating with high levels of disaster risk embedded within their economies and societies. This is a systemic weakness in the graduation the process, and it can quickly erode hard-won development gains. The Doha Program of Action offers an opportunity to integrate disaster risk reduction into the graduation process and the comprehensive package of international support measures. This is supported by the mandate in the recent ECOSOC resolution to integrate disaster risk reduction into the smooth transition strategies of graduating countries. With the combination of a global pandemic and a climate crisis, we now truly realize how inseparable disaster risk reduction is from sustainable development. Nothing erodes development like disasters. The Doha Program of Action is an opportunity, I emphasize once again, finally, for LDCs and their development partners to embark on a development trajectory that is truly risk-informed and sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mitsutori, and thank you for really stressing the need to integrate disaster risk reduction also in the Doha plan of action, but also your acknowledgement of the way the LDCs in the Asia-Pacific region have already taken that on board in their national planning. It seems there's a good base to build on. With that, I pass the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Amrit Bahadur Rai, the Permanent Representative of Nepal to the United Nations. Ambassador Rai, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Distinguished Co-Chairs, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, fellow panelists, and distinguished delegates. At the outset, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the Government of Bangladesh and OSR LLS and UN ESCAP for convening this high-level Asia-Pacific regional review meeting on the IPOA and giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts on these important topics. Distinguished co-chairs, our economy is devastated by the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, and fiscal space is dwindled, our health system is overwhelmed, and millions were pushed into poverty. Still, pandemic is taking a toll on our people and on our economy. And plain and simple, we need vaccines. And we are not oblivious of the fact of the matter that there is a limited production of vaccine. And that is why we've been pleading for the temporary suspension of COVID-19 vaccine patents with a view to expanding its manufacturing and making vaccines available to all in this dire situation. And there is a need of economic stimulus package to sustain our business, bolster our health system, and expand on our social safety nets to ensure at least survivable conditions for the poor and the most vulnerable people in our country. And we are in need of huge financial support, while our fiscal space has already been strained. And we should recapitalize regional and multilateral development banks to expand the source of funding in the same line that we agreed to issue the new allocation of SDR equivalent to $650 billion US. While pandemic hit us hard, the threat of climate change has remained unabated. Climate-induced disasters exacerbate our inherent vulnerabilities and risk reversing our hard-earned development gains. It will make our graduation plan an uphill task. We must build and strengthen our resilience to prevent climate and disaster-induced vulnerabilities and sustain our development gains. And institutional mechanisms with technical capability and financial resources for multi-hazard early warning system, adequate preparation, and responses are essential to this end. The recent IPCC report clearly reveals that the time for action on climate is running out, and we must act now, and we must act ambitiously. And synergy in the implementation of climate action and COVID-19 recovery plan is crucial to strengthen our resilience. And it is critical for SDGs achievement as well. Distinguished co-chairs, the pandemic has severely drained our fiscal space and undermined our ability to cope with climate change. What we need is easy and increased access to climate funds and concessional finance, as well as technology transfer, and this provision must be available to graduated LDCs for some at least reasonable period of time to make their graduation irreversible. In this context, we call for the international community and our development partners to fulfill their commitment of mobilizing $100 billion US per year by 2020, giving particular attention to LDCs. And zero carbon economy means enormous transformation of fundamental aspects of the modern global economy built on the power of fossil fuels. We must invest and we must innovate on the renewable energy system. We LDCs look to our development partners for supporting us to achieve our green growth. And according to IMF, global subsidies for fossil fuels amount to as much as $5.2 trillion in 2017. If the fraction of that money channeled to climate change, it could be easily transform the destiny of so many vulnerable countries. As a party to the Paris Agreement, Nepal strongly supports the call to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. We are committed to pursuing the climate resilient development pathways by 2030 and net zero emissions by 2050. We've submitted our revised NDC last year, which would require $28 billion for its implementation, and we expect a scaled up cooperation from our development partners on climate finance. Nepal has also identified adaptation priorities and actions across thematic areas such as agriculture and food security, forest, biodiversity, and watershed conservation, energy, health and disaster risk reduction and management. The forthcoming LDC 5 will be an opportunity to renew our partnership to build a resilient world for the achievement of SDGs, including the Paris Agreement. To conclude, distinguished co-chairs, let me emphasize that in this interconnected world, only the coordinated, inclusive, and synergistic efforts across sectors and actors and a strong partnership between developed and developing nations would lead to the achievement of SDGs while addressing both climate crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Ambassador Rai, also for highlighting in your closing the need for strong partnerships between developed and developing countries and for coordinated and synergistic efforts. I think we can all share that need for, in a way, raising to the challenge of multilateralism and collective action as we all try to find our way out of the pandemic. With that, we have ended the panel introductions, the high-level introductory remarks, and we want to pass on to the interactive session. We invite viewers, listeners, people online to write in questions, which will then be passed on to me, or comments on the discussion, which I will read out. But of course, we start with interventions from people in the room. And I have already a speaking list for the discussion. Please, when you speak, also state where you're from, but also whether it is a comment or a question addressed to one of the panelists, or whether it's more a reflection for the benefit of the collective thinking. There will be a record made of this meeting, and this will enter into the work of the preparations for the conference. And with that, I start by giving the floor to the representative from Bangladesh. The next on my list, just for your information, are UN Women. I have Laos to be confirmed, and then the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. Bangladesh, please. I see
Thank
your
you.
name flag right here.
Thank you
have the
so
floor.
much. My name is Farida Yasmin. I'm director and I am from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Bangladesh. Honorable co-chairs, distinguished panelists, excellencies, and ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. Thank you for giving me the floor. Excellencies, climate change is a global emergency that has brought immense threats to our very existence. It is happening every moment, and no country is free from its catastrophic consequences. However, the least developing countries are disproportionately affected by the adverse impacts of climate change. The recently published IPCC 6 Impact Assessment Report once again warns us that the temperature rise to date has irreversibly altered the planetary order. On the other hand, the immediate impacts of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic in the developing economies and vulnerable community is enormous. Distinguished participants, Bangladesh is often referred to as the ground zero for climate change adverse impacts. Every year, we are losing 2% of our GDP to climate change-led disasters. Around 6 million people in Bangladesh have already been internally displaced due to this crisis. By 2050, more than 17% of our coastlines will go underwater. Nevertheless, Bangladesh has emerged as a global leader in disaster management and climate adaptation measures. Under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, we established a climate change trust fund from our own resources back in 2009 as the first LDC. We have also prepared Bangladesh Delta Plan 2100. Moreover, this year, we have formulated the Mujib Climate Resilient Prosperity Plan Decade 2030, named after our father of the nation, to turn climate resilience into climate prosperity. Most importantly, very recently, we have submitted our enhanced nationally determined contribution with an ambitious target to reduce carbon emission. Furthermore, Bangladesh is hosting the GCA Regional Office for South Asia in Dhaka with an objective to share knowledge and solution to the countries of South Asia on adaptation. Excellencies, Bangladesh's success in tackling the COVID-19 pandemic is also remarkable. During the pandemic, the government has allocated stimulus packages of considerable amount, which is $15.4 billion and 4.59% of our GDP, for supporting the business sector in addition to the vulnerable groups of people. We have developed a national preparedness and response plan for COVID-19 in line with WHO's Global Strategic Preparedness and Response Plan. Importantly, the 1.1 million Rohingyas that we are hosting are also included in our overall strategy. Excellencies, as we are facing a defining crisis of our time, it is important to build increased partnership to fight effectively against the global emergencies like climate change and the COVID-19 pandemic, and to build a resilient society from the future crisis. Unified global actions, political will, leadership, and strong international climate coalition can bring positive change towards carbon neutrality. The importance of technology transfer and adequate finance for addressing the issue of climate change, balancing adaptation and mitigation actions is paramount. Similarly, if we want to prevent a recurrence of the pandemic, we need to prevent and recover together. Hence, the significance of sharing science, technology, and data is of utmost importance. We need to ensure the availability, affordability, and equitable distribution of COVID-19 vaccines for all. Together, we need to find out innovation solutions for the global prosperity. I thank you all.
Thank you to the distinguished representative of Bangladesh, and also thank you through you to your government for helping organize this session and taking leadership in the LDC space. And if you've traveled all the way here from Dhaka, also kudos to you. Thank you. The next on my list is the representative of UN Women. Thank you. Please, madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Clara Anyangwe. I am the UN Women representative to Malawi, but I'm here representing UN Women HQ. LDCs were not on track to meet the 2030 agenda before the onset of COVID-19. The LDC 5 conference and the development of the Doha Program of Action is an important opportunity to define key commitments and policy actions to build resilient societies in LDCs. The perspectives of women and girls must be integrated in the design, resourcing, implementation, monitoring and evaluation of all policies and activities that affect women's livelihoods, well-being, and resilience. That is to say, all economic, social, and environmental policies, including COVID recovery and response. Women and girls face inequalities in access to natural resources, finance, technology, knowledge, and mobility, which constrain their ability to respond and cope in a changing climate. Globally, almost 1/3 of employed women work in agriculture, including forestry and fishing, but less than 13% of agricultural land holders are women. Gender-responsive climate action starts with supporting women's equal access to productive resources, such as land, water, and energy, and their sustainable use by changing exclusionary laws and policies. Despite being under-resourced and under-recognized, women and girls are not vulnerable victims, but are taking climate action at all levels, as farmers, producers, workers, consumers, household managers, and youth activists. Women are not a homogeneous group, but often face multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination within a sector or area. The full and meaningful participation and leadership of women must be ensured in decision-making on climate action and in COVID-19 recovery measures. Earlier this year, the Commission on the Status of Women explicitly called on member states to increase women's leadership, including through promoting gender balance in government task forces, standing committees, and decision-making bodies. Women farmers and producers, along with indigenous and peasant women, are building climate-resilient futures. They must be supported through investments in climate-resilient agriculture and agroecological and indigenous approaches, along with access to finance and digital technology and social protection measures, such as cash and asset transfers. Women's grassroots organizations are key to combating climate change at the local, national, and global levels. Yet too often, these groups are under siege from shrinking democratic space, diminishing funding, and threats to their physical security as they defend land, environmental, and indigenous people's rights. Governments and the UN system should support, protect, and resource women's grassroots organizations to enable their participation and leadership in climate action. To conclude, one of the surest strategies to convert climate change and COVID-19 challenges into tangible results is through the intentional and meaningful participation of women and girls. Their exclusion will have dire consequences on a country's growth trajectory, even for graduating and graduated LDCs. UN Women stands ready to support LDCs in building resilient and gender-responsive societies. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam, and also thank you for highlighting the role of women and girls and the contribution they can make to combating both climate change and COVID. These are important points to retain also for the future work. And also to you, if you have traveled from Malawi during this time, thank you so much for your additional effort in coming here. Next on the list of speakers, we have the permanent representative of Laos to the UN. You have the floor where... there you are, sir. Please.
Thank you very much. Distinguished co-chairs and panelists, I'm permanent representative of the Lao PDR to United Nations travel from New York. So I'm delighted to be here and enjoy this session. Allow me to briefly share with you our national experience on addressing climate change. In recent years, the Lao PDR has been exposed to more frequent and severe natural disasters due to its low adaptive capacity and limited resources. The country is highly vulnerable to the impact of climate change. Nevertheless, the Lao PDR remains highly committed to the implementation of the Paris Agreement by pursuing our consistent policy and concrete actions, including our nationally determined contributions, while mainstreaming climate change and natural disaster risk reduction and management into our national strategy and action plan on climate change. As mentioned by Madam Special Representative of the Secretary General on Climate Change, the disaster risk reduction strategy has been regularly updated with the assistance given by the UN system in the country. And I believe the RC has also been with us today, so she will elaborate more on what the UN system in the country has done to help the Lao PDR. At the regional level, the country has been working closely with ASEAN member states in addressing the pressing concern on climate change. And in the recent summit, the ASEAN leaders also issued a joint statement on climate change and reaffirmed their commitment to the implementation of the UNFCCC by strengthening the management of ASEAN diverse ecosystems and landscapes through a landscape-based approach to build climate resilience and enhance ASEAN rapid response capacity to be more efficient and effective in the event of natural disasters. As we are well aware that the climate crisis is transboundary. It's of utmost importance for countries in the region to work closely together and urge the parties to the UNFCCC to enhance their ambition on adaptation, mitigation, finance, technology, development, and transfer, including capacity building and transparency of actions and support. On this note, I wish to express our heartfelt appreciation to all development partners for the continued support extended to the Lao government to strengthen the mitigation and adaptation capacity in the Lao PDR. Thank you. Thank you very much, co-chair.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you also for, as previous speakers have done, but you again highlighting the particular circumstances and threats and vulnerabilities that your country is facing and why the need for action also in meeting the commitments under the UNFCCC are so important and has to be seen as an integrated part of the move forward. And we're moving on to the next speaker, but I would also like my fellow panelists up here to reflect on what you hear and maybe comment and give your perspective at the end of the speakers list, which currently the next speaker is the Office of the High Commission for Human Rights, and then we also have the UN resident coordinator from Laos on the speakers list. If anyone else wants to intervene or either in the room or online, please let myself or the Secretariat know. With that, OHCRC, you have the floor. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Diego Valadares. I'm the focal point of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights for LDCs, SIDS, and LLDCs. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights and her office welcomes this Asia-Pacific Review meeting and this current session too. Through its presence in Asia, Asian LDCs, including Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Cambodia, Timor-Leste, Nepal, Yemen, and through its regional offices in Bangkok and for Southeast Asia, and in Suva for the Pacific region, the OHCHR contributes to advance sustainable development through human rights and undertakes various other activities relevant for the successful implementation of the Istanbul Program of Action. For example, it provides guidance for the realization of the rights to health and the right to education, both important to the improvement of the Human Assets Index LDC criteria. OHCHR actively contributes to the preparatory process of UN LDC 5, including by organizing panel discussions in partnerships with UN Women, also here represented, organizing training activities in partnership with the OHRLS, and through substantive inputs. For example, the 2020 joint report of the Secretary General and the High Commissioner on the Right to Development provides a series of recommendations relating to the new program of work for LDCs. These recommendations include active, free, and meaningful participation in the negotiation process that gives priorities to the voices of peoples from least developed countries. The report recommends expanding productive capacity for inclusive, equitable, and sustainable development by addressing international and national resource mobilization challenges for transformative change relating to access to new and traditional technologies, sustainable debt, urbanization, opportunities for young people, gender equality, disaster risk reduction, and smooth transition from the LDC status. The accountability and monitoring framework of the new program of action should use rights-based indicators, drawing from relevant guidelines from human rights mechanisms, the OHCHR, and the UN Secretary-General. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, human rights, including the right to development, climate action, and recovering better from COVID-19 are closely intertwined. To avert future global threats, including pandemics, we must protect rights to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, upon which all depend for our health and well-being. A human rights-based approach to the COVID-19 crisis is also needed to address its unequal impacts on the poor, vulnerable, the marginalized, and its underlying drivers, including environmental degradation. Substantive elements of the right to a healthy and sustainable environment include safe climate, water and sanitation, clean air, healthy and sustainable produced food, non-toxic environments, healthy ecosystems, and biodiversity. We should rethink our interactions with nature, including by integrating the human rights framework to the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. We need to protect environmental human rights defenders. Countries should guarantee meaningful and informed participation in policy making. The OHCHR guidelines on public participation includes guidance for national policies and for international processes such as the current one. We should minimize the harmful impacts of medical and other waste, including of waste trade to least developed countries. The Secretary General and the High Commissioner have called vaccines and other relevant technologies to be treated as world public goods. We're all in this together, and only when the weakest of us overcome the current crisis, we will all be rid from the current pandemic. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the virus threatens everyone. Climate change threatens everyone. Human rights uplifts everyone. By respecting human rights in this time of crisis, we will build more effective and inclusive solutions for the emergencies of today and the recovery for tomorrow. Bearing this in mind, I would like to ask participants and the panelists, how can human rights, including the right to development and the right to a healthy and sustainable environment, be integrated to the new program of action for LDCs? Thank you.
Thank you very much to the representative of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and also thank you, sir, for addressing a question to the panelists directly. I'm sure they will be delighted to try to respond. Next on the list of speakers is the resident coordinator of the United Nations to Laos. Madam, please.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, distinguished participants, respected government counterparts, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and good afternoon, and my thanks to the Chair for the opportunity to make a statement, some reflections if you wish, on behalf of the UN in Lao PDR. As all will be aware, alongside Bangladesh and Nepal, Lao PDR is among the 3 countries, all of which are ESCAP member states, that formally were recommended by the Committee for Development Policy for graduation in 2026 from least developed country status at the triennial review this year, subsequently endorsed by the ECOSOC. This is an instrumental step towards the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, and with dedicated work, it can also be part of the solution towards a sustainable development for all. This is a historical milestone for Lao PDR, which has long made LDC graduation a national priority as set out in successive national socio-economic development plans, most recently in their 9th rolling out this year. However, as noted by the committee, this recommendation takes place during unprecedented times. The country will now need to prepare for graduation whilst simultaneously planning for post-COVID-19 recovery and implementing policies to address the socio-economic fallout from the ongoing unpredictable global pandemic. Significantly affected by its social and economic consequences, and now also with an increasing health crisis looming, there is limited fiscal space. with already high debt levels and falling external private financing, has placed tight constraints on policy responses, both to COVID response and recovery, as well as other necessary measures to stave off the effects of the triple planetary crisis on climate, nature, and pollution mentioned by several here today. Several of these will, as per the Paris Agreement, require a phase out of many of the current policies or recent policies that has helped the rapid economic growth of recent years on natural resource extraction based on minerals and forestry, a revision of the agriculture policies on the use of pesticides, and stronger enforcement measures with regards to pollution, for example. Last year, economic growth slowed rapidly in Lao PDR and across the region and the world. Poverty increased, and the negative consequences of the pandemic did not fall evenly across its population. All of this makes the achievement of the SDGs, for which we regionally in Asia Pacific were already off track, that much more challenging. It will require redoubled efforts and innovation. In that context, I would like to use this opportunity to stress the importance of all of Lao PDR's development partners and urge them to step up their engagement at this critical moment of the LDC graduation process. The extended 5-year preparatory period is intended to provide necessary time to address the consequences of the pandemic and put measures in place for a smooth transition. In order to achieve this, it is incumbent upon us to work more effectively and with greater coordination to support the government as it tackles this daunting task. I note the commitment already made by the Committee for Development Policy to enhance its monitoring and analysis of the impact of the pandemic and to provide specific additional transitional support in collaboration with other parts of the UN development system under the Interagency Task Force on LDC graduation. Similarly, I note the establishment of the Graduation Support Facility, which is currently being piloted by UNDESA, as well as the analytical work already done by ITC, UNCTAD, ESCAP, OHRLLS, and others, which we heard about yesterday. And this provides a good foundation to build from in working together with the government and all relevant stakeholders to pave the way towards a smooth and sustainable graduation. But it will take all of us, including new and traditional development partners at national, regional, and global level, working with greater focus and in closer partnership to successfully navigate the coming transition. At our end, at country level, at the request of the Lao government, we've included UN support as a dedicated work stream across the country team, which is 25 agencies, including many of those who've spoken yesterday and today, under our new UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework for implementation of the course of the period running up to 2026. And we will aim to incorporate all relevant recommendations of the Doha Programme of Action in supporting the development of the transition strategy. We're also connecting with the efforts of the UN country teams in Bangladesh and in Nepal to seek peer support, synergies, and promising practice in the practical support we provide at country level. And I would use this opportunity at the start of the planning process for the next 5 years, which will be highlighted at the high-level roundtable meeting in Lao PDR in November, to call on all development partners of Lao PDR and other graduating countries to act quickly to ensure that the preparatory period is used to full effect, and that 5 years from now, Lao PDR's graduation from being a least developed country is realized and that it becomes sustainable success it deserves to be. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Resident Coordinator, and also for highlighting the special situation again of the graduating LDCs and in particular during the crises. But also what strikes me in your remarks is the reminder that in many ways the outcome, the plan of action for LDCs of the conference next year will also be the roadmap, so to speak, of the UN family in country, and in that sense an extremely important document for bringing all partners together in the effort to support the LDCs also for the UN system as a whole. With that, the next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative from Malawi. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank you and your co-chair for this session, and thank
Bangladesh, OHRS, and all the organizers of this meeting. It's living to the expectations that we all are looking for, because we are doing all this in preparation for the LDC5. It's part of that, and all this will give us good input into our document for LDC5. And I want to thank Mr. Wangi, who is our LDC representative to the UNFCCC, and all the speakers, panelists before. You know, when you look at what is happening today in the world, look at what's happening in the US, you know, fires, wildfires, flooding, and it's very, very clear that climate change is here and we need to find solutions. And the Global Center on Adaptation, the report, the most recent report, shows that although we are calling for a green recovery, what is happening now is the contrary. There is more money being spent on fossil fuels than green or clean policies. And we need to reverse this. The report also shows that more than 700 million people in 2020 were affected by these natural calamities, wildfires, floods, and all that. It's a wake-up call, as the report which has been cited here, IPCC report shows. Now, for LDCs, we are worried because in climate financing, currently 60% or more of the financing we are getting is through loans. The grant element of the financing is reducing. And this is very worrying, and it is also in the Secretary General's report that we need to call on all our partners to increase the grant element of climate financing. And in the climate financing, we also happy to see institutions that are coming up with innovative tools of financing, such as climate bonds, etc. And what we are asking for are, you know, methods of financing that reach or impact the local communities, because we can be making policies here without knowing the specific needs of the local communities. So it's very important to reach out to them, ask them, what is your problem and how can we assist you? And I'm happy that institutions like UNCDF have a facility which we call the local adaptation climate, we call it local, which reaches out to these local communities. And by the way, we as LDC5 have endorsed this facility in UNCDF to be one of the financing modalities that should be encouraged. And happy enough that they are able to get financing from the Global Climate Fund because they have realized that this is a very good way of financing interventions. The
we know that the adaptation financing is estimated at between 140 billion to 300 billion by 2030. But when you look at the figures of financing for adaptation so far, they are very, very far from that. The report by the Global Climate Fund on financing for adaptation to both adaptation and mitigation to LDCs it shows that it's around 2.4 billion, less than 3 billion. And what we need is a lot more than that. Like our expectations from the COP26 are huge. And we are hoping that the issue of loss and damage will be resolved in COP26, and that the issue which has been mentioned by my friend Ambassador of Nepal on the 100 billion, this is a plea, or not even a plea. It's a promise that was made by the donor countries that they will finance between now and 2050. There are 100 between now and 2025, by the way, that they would be financing 200 billion per year. And as you know, we are very far from that. The report that has been mentioned by a distinguished gentleman here of rights to development, I think we all need to read that report, because it has a lot of recommendations on that poor countries, LDCs, should not be denied the right to development if we impose some policies that are too stringent on them. I'll give you an example. A country that relies on fishing, and then we impose restrictions that are too stringent on them. It will deny them all the rights to fish and to development. In our zero draft, which Malawi as chair gracefully handed over to the co-chairs, Bangladesh and Canada. After that, we received comments from a few individuals that maybe in that we have not dwelt on nature-based solutions enough. And land degradation and desertification, this is another area that needs our full attention, because the consequences are huge if we do nothing between now and 2050. We need assistance as LDCs to review our NDCs, the nationally determined contributions, and our national adaptation plans. Not many of our countries are up to date with that. So we really appreciate the SG's efforts in helping us in this field. And I am aware of the initiative by IRENA and UNDP to assist all LDCs in revising their NDCs. The call, again, to COP26 is what has already been mentioned, that there should be 50-50 share of financing between adaptation and mitigation, and that 50% of all financing should go to vulnerable countries, which include LDCs and seeds. This is a call that has been repeated, but maybe not enough until it is done in COP26 very soon. So again, I want to thank everybody for this session and look forward to ending up with recommendations that can be taken up into our draft document for LDC 5. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir. And your intervention is so rich and detailed that it's difficult to summarize in one or two words. But I think your call and your expectations for action and interventions in support of the LDCs is very much heard. And as you know, there will be a summary made of this session that will try to synthesize all interventions into an input into the further proceedings. So your reflections are well noted. And I would, if there's no one else who has asked for the floor, maybe ask our two panelists to comment on what they have heard and on the interventions that have been made from the floor. And Ms. Mitsutori, maybe starting with you, if you don't mind, please.
Of course. Thank you very much, Ambassador. I'm really happy that I'm here today and to have heard the very rich interventions from all of you. I think it has become crystal clear that without a more inclusive, comprehensive way of looking at development is incorporated in everything that we do, and certainly the new Doha program that will be adopted, then the already off the track journey to achieving the SDGs for LDCs is going to be really unattainable. The arguments that have been made here are very important. To pick up on some of them, the fact that sharing data, science, technology has been emphasized by the esteemed delegate of Bangladesh, I think is really true. We now know with COVID that the interface between policy and science that we have talked about so much is not a mantra or it's not a slogan, but it's a reality that we need to follow. I'm really, again, delighted that Bangladesh is convening this because it is a country that really has put into climate action and disaster risk reduction, its policy efforts and its funding, and it has paid off. Bangladesh that had very, very high mortality from disasters decades ago because of its very effective action on early action, warning and early action, has been able to prevent lives from being lost because of those policies, and this is something that needs to happen in all countries. The issue of women's leadership, the inclusivity of women, but not only as treating them as victims, but also bringing them into being the agents of change is something that we need to move forward. We are now taking forward a project called WIN-DRR, Women's Leadership for Disaster Risk Reduction in the Asia-Pacific region, because we see that there is still not enough women's participation and leadership for climate action, for disaster risk reduction in many regions, but particularly Asia-Pacific. And this is our goal, to really break that barrier of exclusion. The aspect of regional cooperation, the importance that has been mentioned by the delegate from Laos, is really something that is truly important. All our policies have different levels, global, regional, national, and local. And I believe that the regional one is very important, as well as the local community-based one, which has been emphasized by many. As the chair has mentioned, the intervention from the delegate from Malawi was really rich, but I do really echo your call for greater financing, because as Ambassador Christensen mentioned, the framework is there, the commitment is there, and what is lacking is the action. But without this, it cannot go forward. And financing for adaptation and disaster risk reduction is what we need now, because even if we succeed in mitigating, even if we reach zero net carbon emission by 2050, the impact of disasters, climate change will keep on affecting us. So if we cannot succeed in adapting better, the losses of economy and human lives and livelihoods will continue. So I will stop here, and I would like to thank all the distinguished delegates for their very rich interventions, and hope that they will be incorporated in the new program for action. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mitsutori. And with that, I would also like to ask Ambassador Rai to give us his final reflections. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, all the distinguished delegates, for your enriched intervention. We are in the lead up to the preparations of fifth 10-year program for action for LDCs. To my mind, I think we should not hesitate to accept that the progress we've made in last century, a half century we spent implementing this kind of program actions for LDCs. And thus far, only 6 LDCs have graduated from LDC categories. The progress was so slow, and progress is unacceptable. But the good news is that, at least at the moment, there are around a dozen countries which have met LDC graduation criteria, and we will have to work hard in coming days to enable all those countries on the line to graduate, and their graduations must be irreversible, and their graduation must be smooth and sustainable. That's what we are intending for through our 5th program for action, Doha program for action. And we all need to do more, else we keep drawing up this kind of program for actions for several another decades, which is not acceptable. If not another half a century, we spend similar kind of program for actions, which is not acceptable, at least. And we are in critical period. We are under the shadow of COVID-19 pandemic, which have devastated our economy so hard. And we are on the verge of climate crisis. And we need to do more from all sides, from LDCs, from our development partners. And we need enabling environment. And Doha Program for Action will be another opportunity for us, for LDCs and for our development partners, to renew our commitment and renew our partnership in a true sense, that we will create enabling environment for LDCs, and LDCs will be able to catch up in their effort to transform themselves as a developing country. On the climate aspect, we really want to see the leadership from big emitters. As a matter of fact, the least emitting 100 countries contribute 3% of GHG, and 10 big emitters constitute 68% of GHG. And in that sense, we really want to see the leadership and commitment and technology and finance from our development partners, from big emitters, And we want to follow, of course, all LDCs, we want to follow the climate resilient pathway until 2030 and zero carbon economy until 2050. That's what we are committed for. And on the matter of questions that the representative Human Rights Councils raised, that our Doha Program of Action is intending to translate human rights into reality. We've committed for that, and we have incorporated, of course, the SDGs and Sustainable Development Goals as our core commitment. And right to development is, of course, we've been pleading for several decades, several years, if not decades, and for the greater humanity and the greater dignity of humanity and freedom and equality and inclusive development and justice. But I think at the same time, we need to reform many aspects of global governance to allow LDCs a representation and voice so that they would be able to ensure the right to development in all corners of the world where people are really lagging far, far behind. These are the need of the hour. Once again, I'd like to thank you all for your increased intervention. And from the LDCs community, we would like to assure to all our development partners that we are ready to do more in coming decades, so that we would like to enable as many LDCs as possible to graduate, and their graduation would be smooth and sustainable. That's why we are pleading for at least the concessions that the LDCs are receiving. Some graduating and graduated LDCs must receive, so that they will not be punished because of their graduation. Thank you, Co-Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And with that, we are really coming to the end of the session. Thank you all for coming, traveling long distance, many of you, also for participating so lively in the conversation. I will hand over to the Minister from the Solomon Islands for the final remarks, but just let me also stress how much I have enjoyed the conversation. One thing I take home that many of you have stressed is also the need for a inclusive, participatory, and community-based approach to tackling this issue. And from my own day-to-day work, let me just, I spent based in both the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Climate and Energy. I spend a lot of my time thinking about and working on the phasing out of fossil energy around the world and the scaling up of renewable energy. And it's very clear to me that our most the most urgent thing we can do is to work on closing down coal-fired power generation around the world. That's where 30% of global carbon emissions come from. The main impediment there is the fact that we are talking about around 2,000 power plants, each of them embedded in a local community with local workers, with people working in coal mines, in the coal value chain. We talk maybe about between 5 and 7 million people. We need dedicated efforts, power plant by power plant, to find the models, to transition the workers, to support the local community, and then to reinvest in other sources of energy generation and livelihoods. Otherwise, we cannot convince them and the local authorities, whatever country they're in, that this is actually a viable model of closing them down. And likewise, we talk about scaling up renewable energy, but actually that's a wind farm by wind farm, solar panel farm by solar panel farm, village by village. And for every one of them, you have to convince the people in the place where you want to put it up that this is actually good for them. It creates jobs, it improves their health, it's good for income. And although this is very tedious, at the same time, that is a reality. human beings are very reluctant to change, and when you have something that works, you don't want to go into something new and for you unexperienced. And I can see how many countries are struggling with those basic parameters. That's also where international collaboration, capacity building, technical assistance, and finance has to come in to enable those transitions, both amongst the high emitters and the low, the rich and the poor. Every country has its own circumstances and national context for this to happen. And time is, I mean, you've all said it with the IPCC report, has run out. We are at the end of the line, so to speak. So my own country, we will come to Glasgow with, as I said in my introductory remarks, a commitment to 60% of our grant-based funding for adaptation, and with a doubling of our grant-based financing. So we are working on getting other donors to do what we're doing. My Prime Minister has talked to the Secretary General on Friday. We are seeing how we can mobilize everyone to make that last effort, as you called for, sir, coming to Glasgow, so that at least we can say with confidence that the climate finance challenge has been heard and met, so that we can focus collectively on then addressing, getting to ambition on mitigation. And with that, I would kindly ask His Excellency, the Foreign Minister of Solomon Islands, Minister Manele, to give us his closing remarks, if you are still on the line.
Thank you, Ambassador Christensen. Let me, before I make a few closing remarks, let me also thank you, Ambassador, for so ably co-chairing our session, but also, secondly, for your observations and reflections on the issues before us on this session, and thirdly, for Denmark's funding commitments going forward to COP26, and your government's commitments in terms of addressing the climate change issues and initiatives that we are all grappling with. We would like to acknowledge Denmark's funding commitments. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we had very stimulating discussions this morning, and I would like to join Ambassador Christensen in thanking all panelists and speakers for your insightful remarks and presentations. Your inputs and ideas will feed into the intergovernmental negotiation process of the final outcome document of LDC 5, the Doha Program of Action for LDCs for the next 10 years. I am sure that the co-chairs of the PrepCom for LDC 5 and the Secretariat have taken notes of today's fruitful discussions. A summary report will be prepared and uploaded online afterwards by the Secretariat. Ladies and gentlemen, today's discussion has highlighted extremely important issues that LDCs across the Asia-Pacific are grappling with. That is climate change, resilience building, and sustainable recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Climate change is approaching tipping points, and business as usual approach will only push LDCs to a point of no return. LDCs in the Asia-Pacific are extremely vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change and natural disasters. The limited fiscal space and resilience capacity have seriously constrained their ability to tackle the pandemic and foster sustainable recovery. In order to achieve sustainable, equitable, and resilient recovery from COVID-19, LDCs in the Asia-Pacific region are in dire need of capacity building to increase climate resilience. They require further technical and financial assistance, including increased access to funding and technologies to build their capacity to become resilient and sustainable. Building adaptive capacity and resilience lies at the core of the new program of action for LDCs to complement and support the provisions contained in international agreements on climate change and disaster risk reduction. These calls for enhanced global partnership, incorporating all stakeholders, including governments, international organizations, international financial institutions, civil society, and the private sector with concerted efforts and swift actions. To build back better, we cannot afford to wait. The alarm is ringing. If LDCs lose the battle against climate change and fail to achieve resilient recovery from the pandemic, the rest of the world will face the dire consequences as well. After all, we are all living in one planet. In closing, I would like to thank again our keynote presenters and panelists for dedicating their time and efforts to this session. Thank you all for participating, and I now close today's session.
Thank you, Minister, for staying with us all through the session.
You're welcome, Co-Chair. It has been my pleasure.
And so, but thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure and a real privilege to be co-chairing this session on making graduation irreversible and a stepping stone to achieve the SDGs. Warm greetings to all of you joining in person in Geneva, and to those of us joining virtually from all parts of the world. I am speaking from New York City. This graduation will be one of the key themes of the new program of action and will take center stage at the 5th conference on the LDCs in January 2022. Graduation marks a juncture where an LDC shifts from economic dependence and reliance on LDC-specific international support measures provided by the international community in trade, ODA, and other areas such as travel support and reduced budgetary contributions to the UN, to one of more self-reliance. While it is a milestone to be celebrated, and many graduating countries have achieved significant economic progress and improved health and education of their populations, the governments of graduating countries and those recommended for graduation express increasing concern about losing the ISMs and the expectation that they will not receive the international support that they still require. In the last decade, 4 countries have graduated during that decade, 3 from Asia Pacific region, and all our small island developing states. 16 more LDCs have met the graduation criteria, including 10 from the Asia Pacific region, with Cambodia meeting the graduation threshold for the first time in 2021. This is, of course, unprecedented achievement, considering that only a few graduated over the last decades. However, it does not, however, imply that graduated countries are immediately without development, political challenges and vulnerabilities, it is a reality that these countries have achieved, still have far to go in transforming their productive capacity and achieving structural transformation to key barriers. And the key barriers remain unchanged. External shocks such as natural disasters occurring in the period of final preparations for graduations have required an extension of their preparatory period in many cases. The unprecedented public health crisis that we are living in has also needed such extensions. The role of the CDP, the UN Committee for Development Policy, which is a subsidiary body of the ECOSOC, is to provide advice on a wide range of issues relevant for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. A key aspect of this advisory role is to review the list of LDCs every 3 years, monitor graduating and graduated countries, and improve the assistance for graduating and graduated countries. In 2021, in March this year, the CDP recommended Bangladesh, Laos, People's Republic, and Nepal for graduation with an extended period, and deferred our decision on recommending Myanmar and Timor-Leste, owing to sustainability concerns, and considered Cambodia as meeting the graduation criteria for the first time. We reiterated that the LDC 5 adopt the theme expanding productive capacity for sustainable development as the organizing framework for the new program of action for these developed countries, and is precisely because we are living in exceptional circumstances where countries are facing exceptional, unprecedented challenges due to the macroeconomic and social and political shocks that emanate from the crisis of COVID-19 pandemic, as well as climate, which we know are all crises of inequality. So we are contributing by providing findings and recommendations regarding the impact of COVID-19 on LDCs for intergovernmental deliberations, advocating for the importance of developing concrete international support measures for graduating and graduating countries, launching and operationalizing the Sustainable Graduation Support Facility, the SGSF, which is a concrete country-led solution of dedicated capacity development support for graduating and graduated countries to form part of a new program of action. So in the next so in these unprecedented times, rather than business as usual, I urge us to use the next 2 hours to have an authentic and open conversation on new and bold ways to ensure that Asia-Pacific countries graduating out of the LDC category will do so in a sustainable manner. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to pass the floor to His Excellency, the Ambassador of Vanuatu.
Many thanks, Ms. Sakiko Fukuda Par. And as you said, the next co-chair will be His Excellency, Mr. Sambiu Antas, who is the Ambassador and Permanent Representative for Vanuatu to the UN and other international organizations in Geneva. And we will hear from the Ambassador about the recent experience of Vanuatu and its bold decision to graduate despite the global crisis and natural disasters taking place in his country. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Facilitator, and I thank you, Co-Chair Saiko Fukuda Par, for your remarks. I would start by saying, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, panelists, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to co-chair this session 3 on supporting sustainable graduation and making graduation irreversible and a stepping stone to achieve SDGs. To support this session theme, I will draw upon Vanuatu's LDC graduation journey, a smooth transition strategy, and beyond to sustainable graduation to achieving SDGs. I sincerely hope this example of Vanuatu will motivate, encourage, and erase any doubts from newly graduating and graduated Asia Pacific LDCs in navigating the preparations for graduation and beyond graduation towards sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, Vanuatu has taken the bold step to graduate out of LDC category on 4 December 2020, last year, despite the devastating effect of a tropical cyclone, Category 5 tropical cyclone Harold, which we experienced beginning of the year, and in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have done so because we believe it is the right thing to do, which propels Vanuatu in a positive can-do attitude. And we will rise up and do all we can with courage, boldness, and determination to address and cope with the natural characteristics of our existence, and most importantly, the unique nature of the COVID-19 pandemic that is still unraveling with no clear trajectory or end in sight. Graduation in December 4, 2020 was celebrated in Vanuatu nationwide. And we were and continue to be proud to do so because we acknowledge it to be a true testimony to years of effort resulting in hard-won sustainable development gains. And to us, graduation was viewed in a positive light as an achievement and an opportunity rather than a threat. Graduation signals progress and determination for a better standard of living. We feel matured and confidence in leading our country forward. Vanuatu's determination and boldness to graduate was made possible with the assistance and advice from the UN and its various agencies, our development partners, and our private sector. In preparation for graduation, Vanuatu produced a policy framework, a smooth transition strategy, a guide to lead Vanuatu to graduation and beyond. The strategy outlined trainings and points out alternative approaches to cope with the absence of the international support measures as a consequence of graduation. Furthermore, under the auspices of UN DESA, service offerings are also incorporated into our graduation strategy to ensure sustainable and reversible graduation. 1, services addressing the loss of LDC international support measures. 2, implement the smooth transition strategy, developing new forms of support measures. 3, facilitating South-South cooperation, dialogue and knowledge sharing. And 4th, providing capacity training and assistance to sectors such as trades that are hit hard due to the absence of the special service privilege and treatment under least developed country status. A smooth transition strategy makes it very clear that the impact of losing international support measures will be minimal. However, we do know that the future ahead of us will remain challenging. We continue to face the rising threats of climate change, frequent tropical cyclones, and of course the socio-economic impacts of COVID-19. Government assessment estimates for this year put the loss and damage with tropical cyclone and COVID-19 at very, very high figures. In such a unique situation where business as usual cannot be the way forward, we lodged with the UN an LDC resolution seeking an extension of international support measures for an additional period of 5 years. The resolution had been adopted by the UN General Assembly, and now we have a window of opportunity to explore new export markets. Accessing development finance will, however, remain an uphill battle. Ladies and gentlemen, we recently demonstrated boldness and determination to graduate even in the face of adversities. This was made possible by necessary reforms, implementation of sound policies, the effective utilization of development cooperation to achieve the necessary human, economic, and environmental progress to meet the graduating criteria. I must thank the UN and its various agencies, our strong relations with its development trading partners and the private sector for playing a vital role in the preparation for graduation and continued support towards sustainable graduation in achieving SDGs. Special thanks to our partners who, in collaboration with UNTESA, who offer dedicated capacity development building and support services as new measures of to support graduation and the ongoing sustainable graduation. We encourage the fellow countries in the region who are pursuing graduation to stand firm and graduate. The UN and its various agencies, Vanuatu, will support your country to a path of sustainable graduation. I thank you, Chair. Can I refer now to our facilitator?
Thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador, for your opening remarks. I would now like to turn to our first keynote speaker, and that will be His Excellency Kandi Dorji, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Bhutan, who will be with us in a pre-recorded statement. So kindly bear with us while we share that statement with you. Colleagues, kindly.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from Bhutan. At the outset, I would like to thank the Foreign Minister of Bangladesh, the Under Secretary General of UN OHRLLS, and the Under Secretary General of UN ESCAP for their kind invitation to make the keynote address at this session. The issue of graduation bears special significance to the Asia-Pacific region. The numbers speak for themselves. Out of 46 LDCs, 12 are in our region, and of that, 9, including Bhutan, are at varying stages of graduation. The figures also speak of the commendable progress all of us have achieved. But this is not enough. As we take stock of the implementation of the Istanbul Programme of Action and prepare for a new 10-year program, the driving force should be attainment of sustainable graduation by all LDCs in the region by 2030. Like all other countries, Bhutan has been deeply impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. While we remain committed to graduation, we foresee significant challenges, particularly in sustaining the progress in the post-graduation period. As of February 2021, and following the change in methodology for the Economic Vulnerability Index, Bhutan is found to have met the threshold for all 3 graduation criteria. Under the far-sighted leadership of Their Majesties the Kings and the guiding development philosophy of gross national happiness, Bhutan has made significant progress, thereby achieving the GNI per capita criterion and the overall productive capacities index. However, according to the World Bank, Bhutan has the second weakest logistics performance among South Asian countries, scoring particularly low on the quality of trade and transport-related infrastructure, and showing a marked deterioration down from 128 in 2010 to 149 in 2018. In addition, the limited structural changes in the economy has not resulted in the desired redistribution of labor, employment creation, and private sector development. Therefore, concerted effort has been placed in addressing these challenges in our current 12th five-year plan. Science, technology, and innovation are important means of achieving larger development goals, and therefore for Bhutan and the LDCs, this must feature prominently in the development agenda. Going forward, to make our graduation irreversible and to achieve the SDGs, we must improve in improving social outcomes, build economic resilience, and manage the impacts of climate change. Building economic resilience assumes greater significance if we are to sustain our development pathway post-graduation. Therefore, we need to improve and strengthen infrastructure, tourism, organic agriculture, cottage and small industries, and in addition to continued investments in hydropower. Managing the impacts of climate change for an already vulnerable ecology is another daunting challenge. About 30% of the country's economic activity is reported to be highly susceptible to climate change impacts, including road networks and other critical infrastructure. Demand for water, energy, and food is growing amidst increasing frequency and intensity of climate change-induced disasters. To ensure that development gains to date are not derailed by the adverse impacts of climate change, there is an urgent need to enhance adaptive capacity and build resilience, develop local solutions, and secure support and investments for dealing with climate change impacts. Further, with major public health emergencies such as the COVID-19 pandemic bound to repeat in the future, it has become critically important for Bhutan to build health system resilience while also putting in place national response systems. In conclusion, the ultimate goal of LDCs and their people is to overcome our challenges and transit to a higher level of socioeconomic progress. Graduation is one of the pivotal milestones, and it is incumbent upon partners, particularly the UN Development System, through innovative frameworks such as the Sustainable Graduation Support Facility, to develop country-specific support measures to help anchor this pivotal moment in a most reassuring and transformative manner that would herald greater prosperity and well-being of the graduating countries and their peoples, as well as for the world at large. I thank you and wish you all a very fruitful discussion.
Well, many thanks to the speaker from Bhutan, His Excellency the Minister of Foreign Affairs, for his pre-recorded message. And we would now like to turn to the in-person meeting, and with that introduce Mr. Farid Aziz, who's the Joint Secretary of the Economic Relations Division for the Ministry of Finance of the Government of Bangladesh. Mr. Aziz, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Respected co-chairs, distinguished delegates, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Bangladesh has been witnessing a momentous time in her life since the independence of the country in 1971, as it embraced two glorious events. We have been celebrating the birth centenary of the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the greatest Bengali of all times, and the architect of independent Bangladesh. We are also poised to celebrate the golden jubilee of our glorious independence. Under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, our journey of development got highest momentum in last 12 years. Astute political leadership and deft economic management contributed Bangladesh to enjoy an uninterrupted economic prosperity from 2009 to 2019. This period saw per capita income rise from US $754 to US $2,064. Life expectancy increased from 67 years to 72.6 years. Adult literacy expanded from 58% to 75%. Poverty incidence fell from 35% to 20.5%. And extreme poverty rate declined from 18% to 10.5%, growing at an average pace of 7% per year during this period. Bangladesh is among the fastest growing countries in the world. As a result, Bangladesh had been finally recommended for graduation from LDC status with 5-year preparatory period by UNCDP in this year. Bangladesh will now formally graduate from LDC in 2026. This is certainly one of the remarkable achievements for Bangladesh in her post-independence era. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to my understanding, the LDC graduation is a one-way journey and irreversible. Experience suggests that graduation is much easier for a graduated nation than sustaining the pre-graduation momentum. Therefore, all LDCs should take graduation as a serious business and put adequate resources and efforts towards smart graduation, that is, smooth and sustainable graduation with momentum. From Bangladesh end, we are aware that graduation will entail opportunities as well as some challenges for Bangladesh, like other graduated countries. The most significant aspect of LDC graduation is that it is an international recognition of the socio-economic development of our country, and it will create a sense of confidence and self-esteem among the people and within the government. This will create aspirations for richer, higher level of development. Bangladesh's credit rating, productivity, and competitiveness is in international trade will go up during the post-graduation era. It will create scope for moving forward by formulating an inclusive development strategy involving development and trading partners, private sector, and civil society organizations. On the other hand, Bangladesh as an LDC currently benefits from the following international support measures, which would be gradually reduced or withdrawn after graduation. Duty-free and quota-free market access, exemption from providing patent protection for pharmaceutical patents and providing subsidies on exports, grants and concessional loans from development partners. Distinguished delegates, there is no denying the fact that Bangladesh will have to embrace some implications and challenges in the absence of these ISMS after graduation. To cope with the probable impacts of graduation, the government has been implementing various actions and strategies. You would be happy to know that, taking into active consideration the guidance of this UNCDP, Bangladesh has been working hard for preparing an evidence-based, smooth transition strategy towards sustainable graduation. We strongly believe that, in consultation with the UN system, development and trading partners, private sectors, CSOs, and all other relevant stakeholders, Bangladesh would be able to prepare a smart transition strategy during the preparatory period, which will be highly instrumental to face the challenges and grab the opportunity of the graduation. In this respect, Government of Bangladesh had constituted a National Committee on Graduation headed by the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister. The National Committee on Graduation is comprised of 18 secretaries and the representatives from private sector to steer the graduation process. Many other strategies are also included in the plan of relevant ministries and organizations, like Ministry of Commerce is looking after the preparation of a strategy for the trade sector and so on. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh has adopted Vision 2041 to transform it into an upper middle income country by 2031, a high income country by 2041, and above all, to fully realize the dream of our father of the nation to become a golden Bengal, that is Sonar Bangla. Graduation is a great milestone in our development trajectory, but we and other graduating countries should not be punished for our good performance. We urge the international community to support LDC's submission on extending the ISMS after graduation. For sustainable LDC graduation, I would sum up and conclude my note by emphasizing on, first, enhancing resilience as an immediate step to recover from the ongoing COVID crisis. Second, by creating enabling environment for LDCs so that they can participate in the global economic and financial system with equitable terms in the medium term. And finally, the third one is to ensure adequate resource to meet medium and long-term financing need for sustainable LDC graduation. The upcoming LDC 5 will certainly come up with fresh commitments. We hope that there should be clear means of implementation so that the LDCs can come out of the poverty trap and overcome the structural impediments to give a better life for their citizens. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aziz, the Joint Secretary of the Economic Relations Division of the Ministry of Finance of Bangladesh. With that, with those opening statements and keynote speeches, we finalized the official opening of session 3. And I would like now to move to the panel discussion and introduce our moderator for today, Mr. Tafare Tesfaciu, who is also a member of the CDP and has a key role within that membership as the leader of the LDC subgroup. Before handing the floor to our moderator, I would like to ask those of you who are not speaking in the panel to kindly switch off your videos, because we have received some messages from participants that their screen freezes. So hopefully we will create some additional bandwidth with that. So thank you very much to all the opening speakers, and handing the floor to Mr. Tesfaciu. Yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Roland. Greetings, everyone from Addis in Ethiopia. Excellencies, distinguished participants, and ladies and gentlemen. Let me first thank the CDP Secretariat for organizing this event. As highlighted by Sakiko, our discussion today will focus on support for graduating countries, more specifically the proposal by the CDP for the establishment of sustainable graduation support facility as a mechanism for coordinating the support that the UN and other international organizations can provide both graduating and graduated countries as they embark on a post-graduation development trajectory. After slow progress towards graduation in the first 4 decades of the existence of the LDC category, we have seen significant improvement in the number of LDCs meeting the criteria for graduation since the last LDC conference in Istanbul in 2011. There are now 16 countries that are either in the process of graduating or that have met the criteria for graduation for the first time. Now, this is good news, obviously, and encouraging, since the ultimate objective of the international community that established the LDC category some 50 years ago was and still is to see a world without LDCs. However, as the number of countries meeting the criteria for graduation increase, new challenges have emerged that require urgent attention and policy actions. I'm talking, of course, about the lack of clarity on the preparatory process for graduation and the support that LDCs receive after graduation. Understandably, the uncertainty has created concerns among graduating countries, and in some cases, it has created the reluctance to graduate in fear of the unknown and insecurity about the future. Countries that are currently scheduled for graduation in the coming few years are likely to face triple challenges. The first is coping with the post-graduation uncertainties after losing LDC-specific international support measures. The second is managing the post-COVID-19 recovery, economic recovery in particular, without the resources and the capacity needed to resume growth and build back better. And the third is the challenge of sustaining public and private investment to meet the SDGs by the end of the decade. All these challenges are intensified by the lack of coordination of the support that graduating and graduated countries receive from international organizations and other development partners. Now, in this respect, the initiative taken by OCHA-RLS in 2017 to establish an interagency task force for coordinating the support provided by UN agencies was commendable and timely. It was effective in reducing the confusion that was emerging with different UN agencies trying to assist graduating countries by offering diverse, but sometimes also duplicative assistance without synergy and focus. However, as the number of countries meeting the criteria for graduating increased, so has their needs and requests for graduation-related capacity building, technical support, and policy advisory services. The heterogeneity of the graduating countries and the diversity of the challenges they face has made it essential to improve on the mechanism for supporting graduating and graduated countries by establishing a multidimensional, country-specific, and demand-driven support facility. This is exactly what the CDP has proposed in the form of Sustainable Graduation Support Facility. In my opinion, the proposed support facility is not only timely, but also indispensable for ensuring that graduating countries continue with the growth momentum that has enabled them to meet the criteria for graduation and catch up with other more dynamic developing countries, rather than fall back or regret graduating because of lack of continuous support or hasty withdrawal of international support measures. Now, today, we are fortunate to have with us Mr. Elliot Harris, Assistant Secretary General for Economic Development in DESA, and also UN Chief Economist, to introduce the Graduating Support Facility, its objectives, the range of services that the facility offers, and the results of a survey conducted among potential beneficiary countries. After Mr. Harris's presentation, we'll have a panel discussion followed by interactive dialogue, and hopefully we'll have time at the end for question and answer session. Now, it gives me a great pleasure to invite Mr. Elliot Harris, friend Elliot, to introduce the Sustainable Development Support Facility. Elliot, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Ted. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as we've heard from the preceding presentations, the road to graduation for LDCs can sometimes be a little rocky, a little complicated. And even after graduation, managing the new challenges can sometimes be a bit difficult. But as with all transitions, the prospects of success rise if the transition itself is properly prepared. The proposed Sustainable Graduation Support Facility aims to do precisely that, and it's my pleasure to share with you this morning an overview of this facility. Could I ask our colleagues to put up the presentation, please, and to help me go through the various slides? So if I could have the second slide. Just to confirm, can you put the slides up on the screen?
Slides were up a
Okay,
few seconds ago.
I'm sorry, I can't see it from my end. So on the second slide, the idea behind the facility is, as indicated by Tess, to have an assistance to the graduating and the graduating countries, enabling them to prepare properly for this graduation, to achieve a smooth transition, and to succeed in the status of graduation, particularly in dealing with the post-COVID recovery challenges. The facility intends to serve as a country-led global platform, bringing together in a coordinated and integrated manner the various forms of capacity building support, the technical and advisory services for the graduating and graduated countries that could be provided by the UN and by other non-UN actors. The facility itself will be managed by the key UN and non-UN partners, and its operations would be overseen by a steering committee. Now, the facility itself proposes to offer 6 main service offering lines, and these would be delivered via a country-led platform. Could I have the next slide, please? You will see here the 6 service offering lines. They are addressing the loss of the international support measures. The second one is improving the ability of the graduating LDCs and the graduated ones to access the non-LDC specific support that is available, but sometimes is less visible and less easily accessed. The third line
Excuse me, Mr. Harris, I'm sorry, we have
Yes.
a technical problem with the presentation in the room. So if I apologize, we're trying to solve it with the technicians here at the Palais de Nation. If you could wait for just 1 minute, I apologize.
Certainly.
I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. I believe we now see the presentation. If you may continue, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could we move on to the next slide, please? The one that showed, there we are, the 6 service offering lines. As I said, well, the facility proposes to offer the support along 6 basic tracks. The first one is helping the countries to understand and deal with the loss of specific, LDC-specific international support measures upon graduation. Secondly, to improve the ability to find support that is not LDC specific. This support exists, but is sometimes a bit dispersed and difficult to mobilize. The third service offering line is the idea of helping countries to prepare and to implement a strategy for the smooth transition. The fourth critically important service line is providing assistance in accessing financing for the transition and beyond, financing that may replace some of the previously concessional assistance that was available to LDCs. The fifth service line speaks to the idea of facilitating the cooperation and support among southern countries, a South-South cooperation, and to share knowledge and experience that preceding countries that have graduated have made that might ease the transition for those now approaching that threshold. And finally, the final service offering line is to ensure that there's support for the effective participation by the countries themselves in the process of monitoring their progress that is undertaken by the Committee for Development Policy. Next slide, please. This slide gives you an overview of the fact that the various offerings under each of the service offering line is a demand-driven process. As you can see here, the individual countries have selected the areas where they think they could use particular support or advice, and the facility is designed to address that demand in very specific, country-specific terms. I won't bother to go through all of this, but this gives you an indication of the various types of situations that the countries would like support in addressing, and the fact that these demands are translated then by this facility into targeted support that is country-specific. Next slide. The facility is intended to benefit countries that are preparing for graduation or countries that have recently graduated and have undergone the change in status and the change in access to certain preferential treatments and support measures, as indicated by the preceding commentary. But it is also extended, the eligibility, to countries that, although having been recommended for graduation by the Committee of Development Policy, may not yet have been endorsed by ECOSOC. Countries that meet the graduation criteria and countries who will be meeting the graduation criteria in 2024 and in 2027, the next 2 triennial reviews, would also be eligible to benefit from the facility. The key partners are, of course, the UN DESA, the OHR LLS, the regional commissions, and all the other members of the interagency task force, as well as the UN resident coordinators and the country teams in the countries concerned. And there are several non-UN entities that also participate, such as the World Bank. We also expect to have vibrant support from the graduated and graduating countries, as well as certain potential South-South partners, bearing in mind service offering line number 5, which speaks to the South-South cooperation as an important facet of the facility's support. Next slide, please. As was mentioned just a moment ago, an interagency task force on LDC graduation has been created in 2017. It is chaired by OHR LLS, and its aim is to generate awareness and support for the graduating LDCs, making sure that the challenges faced are well understood and the support for the country's post-graduation is effectively mobilized. Of course, the Interagency Task Force will play a critical role here in coordinating the UN system's provision of support and advice to the graduating countries, but also in supporting the implementation of the facility when it takes effect. Next slide. Looking forward, the next steps are to consolidate the results of an electronic survey on the capacity development needs of all 46 LDCs. The key issue here, as I refer to one of the earlier slides, is that this facility provides services that are the concrete realization of specific demands by the graduating countries or the graduating countries. It is not a supply-driven mechanism. Secondly, we will have to develop a multi-year budget covering the next decade so that the services that we intend to provide upon demand to the eligible countries can be provided in a guaranteed fashion. We propose that a steering committee be established to guide strategically the work and prepare the outlook for the facility, and we would hope to solicit the feedback from member states on our proposal and any suggestions they may have for how this steering committee could be formulated. The intention is to launch the facility at the LDC5 conference in Doha, which takes place in January 2022, whereupon, after launch, we will begin offering the SF services to graduating and graduated countries. Ladies and gentlemen, in our view, this represents a particularly useful way of bringing together the support and advice that the UN system and other supporting partners can offer to graduating and graduated countries, understanding that the particular needs and requirements of the countries will vary according to their individual circumstances, understanding, of course, that we have to understand and translate the requests for such assistance into concrete service provision along the 6 service offering lines that we have presented here a little earlier in my presentation. And finally, understanding as well that the process of graduation is not the end of the development process, but merely a stage, and that we should prepare not only for the actual step of crossing the threshold from the LDC status into the low middle income status, but also making sure that the conditions are assembled for countries to succeed in the continuing development process to the point where their ambitions, as set out by the distinguished delegate of Bangladesh, will be realized. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for your attention. Next slide, please. Any questions that you might have, we'll be happy to answer them. And we do look forward to the discussion in the panel that will follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elliot. It's really much appreciated. You have clearly explained what the graduation support facility is all about. In particular, I have highlighted the 6 service offering lines, which show that these are designed to be demand-driven, which means that easier to make them country-specific support. Also, you have highlighted that it's not only for graduated countries, but also graduating countries, since they need the preparatory process for graduation. We've also highlighted that the coordination will happen not only among UN agencies and organizations, but also non-UN agencies. This is really critical because the task force was all about UN agencies, but now the facility will bring in expertise and support from non-UN agencies as well, like World Bank and OECD. We have one of our lead discussants from OECD. Perhaps you could reflect on that. You also highlighted the need for feedback from member states. I think that this proposal is useful, and I think their support, of course. And you mentioned about the steering committee. So all this sets the tone for our discussion. Now, we move very quickly to the next part of our discussion, which is a panel discussion. And we have two panelists. And I'll start with my good friend and CDP member, Deb Bhattacharya. And the questions are already set there, so I'm not going to read them, just I'll waste time if I do that. But simply, Deb, if you could highlight how this support facility could assist graduating countries to secure a more reliable, smooth transition arrangement. Deb, you have the floor, and you have 5 minutes.
Sure. Honorable moderator, my good friend, Mr. Tesfaciu, very esteemed co-chairs over there, and excellencies, appreciate the opportunity. I will build on from that point where Mr. Elliot Harris has left it and try to say that how do you make good use of this facility? And for that, what I'm trying to emphasize that we need a new narrative for using the international support measures as described by the new facility. So why do we need a new narrative? In order to get more effective, new or more effective traditional support measures. Given the 5 minutes I have, I will make just basically 3 points over here. What is the current state of discourse on the support to the graduating LDCs? 2, the 3 bubbles of international support measures based on my review of literature and own understanding. And 3, how do we link the sustainable graduation support facility in creating the new narrative for more effective international support measures? So these are the basically 3 points, and I won't hold you back for more than 5 minutes. Let's see what is the current state of discourse. The current state of discourse as it stands is essentially focusing on prolonging the existing benefits in the post-graduation period. This is the essential focus of the current negotiations and the proposal. And so what are the pre-graduation support measures? I'm just giving some examples. So it's the EBA of the European Union, the duty-free, quota-free market access elsewhere available, the preferential rules of origin, the TRIPS related, the pharma waiver, etc., aid, trade, and etc. So these are the pre-graduation support measures. From here, we want to go to the post-graduation support measures. And essentially, we are asking for more time for these support measures to continue. So EBA is there for 3 years. Now there is a proposal to make it 12 years. Market access to LDCs to be going for 12 years. The TRIPS extended up to 13 years now, up to 2030 recently. We want the pharma waivers to be made available to the graduating LDC for the remaining period. Aid for trade has gone up to 5 years. The technology bank has gone for 5 years. Now the whole negotiation is about taking it to 12 years, if not at least for some more year on that. So if you see the current level of discourse, it's essentially focused on having the pre-graduation support measures replicated on a broader scale or a longer time frame in the post-graduation support measures. My contention is that we need to change this discourse. Please come to the second one. So if you look at the international support measures currently what we have, I group them into 3 groups. Marissa, can you give me the second slide? Yes. So these are the 3 bubbles I create based on the discourse or the discussion that's going on. So there is one bubble which are much discussed ISMs, the less discussed ISM, and not discussed ISMs at all. So the issues for graduation, for sustainable and smooth graduation. So if you look at the much discussed issues, it is the very much a trade focused, market access and trade related aspects, maybe how to get into GSP plus in the post graduation phase, how to continue with a pharma waiver, aid for trade, and technology bank. All these things are much discussed in certain ways. What is less discussed, sometimes discussed but not always, is the LDC Climate Fund, which is one of those dedicated funds in the climate area, climate action, green financing, fishery subsidies, South-South cooperation. These are discussed but not exactly gone into deep. But what is not discussed at all almost the ISM, which relates to structural reforms, like use of intellectual property rights, because if the countries will be subjected to much more rigorous scrutiny on the implementation of intellectual property rights. Carbon tax is becoming a real issue now, cross-border carbon taxes and how it will affect the competitiveness of the economies, social compliance in terms of workers' rights and other issues over their gender rights and of their use of sovereign wealth fund, domestic resource mobilization, FDI. Why domestic resource and FDI is so important? Because the history of the review of the experience of the graduated LDCs, you will see that the gradual fall in ODA, official development assistance, and gradual rise of the domestic resource mobilization, domestic tax collection, and foreign direct investment. So all these issues are very important. So I group them into 3 groups and say that we don't give adequate attention to the last one. So now let us link the sustainable graduation support facilities to these issues. So what I'm trying to say is that the smooth transition strategy development now needs to address these less discussed issues. The issue of financing transition and beyond needs to address these issues. Strengthening monitoring facility, which is another deliverables which CDP takes to the LDC5, is another part, and all other also will complement them, whether it is South-South cooperation, access to non-LDC support, or specific LDC notions of preferential measures. So this is a new way of thinking. And what is the exact difference between the earlier approach and this approach? You see, please go to the next slide. The earlier approach, what I'm calling, is very much a defensive approach, because we are trying to continue with the existing support in the post-graduation phase, trying to defend ourselves from any other shocks and etc. What I'm arguing is that we need to change the narrative in order also to create some incentive for those who are providing the international support measure to provide a positive approach. What is a positive approach? The positive approach is all about the structural transformation of the economy in the post-graduation phase, because as has been rightly said, that the graduation is not an end in itself. So what we need is, as the CDP is emphasizing, is the productive capacity building or including diversification of the economic structure, the export baskets, the external markets, and many other things. And most importantly, the productivity growth, particularly the labor productivity growth, investing in the human resource and other areas in order to have a much more prosperous and an emerging economy on the part of the graduated LDCs. So this is the new narrative that we need to go from a defensive approach in using the ISMs to a much more positive approach using the ISMs, particularly for those areas which have been till now not been adequately addressed. I think that 5 minutes. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Deb. As usual, of course, very insightful, and thank you very much. I think the key point, very briefly, is about the new narrative that you propose, giving a lot of food for thought for member states as they prepare for LDC5 and also the discussion LDC5 in next year in Doha. So I think the point is we need to change the narrative you're saying, moving away from just simply insisting that post-graduation support should not be just simply extending existing international support measures, whether graduating countries actually need it or not, but going beyond that. And what you said about discussing, not only about much discussed international support measures, but the less discussed and what you called not discussed ones, moving from defensive approach to positive approach is very clear. And I hope we will come back to it again. Now we move to our second, thank you, Deb. We move to our second panelist, Mr. Hainan Xu, Director of Bureau of Policy and Program Support, UNDP. And obviously there's a question there, but what we'd like him to tell us is how he thinks UNDP will contribute towards the this idea of the facility. You have the floor, Mr. Shu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank DESA and OHRIS, to invite UNDP, to this discussion. Really important. And I have two questions that was asked of me. One is to talk briefly about the impact of COVID-19 on the LDCs, and the other is what can UNDP do? I think on the question of the impact, I think we actually, have had a lot of discussions internationally, and the impact is multiple. And we know that the impact of, COVID on remittances, right? On declining ODA, for example, and many others, okay? And partly because of structural challenges that LDCs face. But I just use one example to highlight the vulnerabilities, of LDCs as a impact as a result of the pandemic. And that's a question of vaccine equity, just to show the challenges that LDCs face. As of today, for the developing countries, only 29 people out of 100, have received one dose of, vaccination. Whereas in developed countries, 58 out of 100 people have received one dose of vaccination. This may not sound really bad, it's about half of that rate. But when you come to LDCs, only 6 out of 100 people have received one dose of vaccination. This just shows the challenges and vulnerabilities LDCs face. And where the cost of vaccinating 70% of the population LDCs, as we estimate, is only $129 million. Right? So I think this does illustrate the point that we needed to deal with. And the impact we know is also in the areas of debt, right? The debt vulnerability, the debt service burden, and so forth. So what can be done? I think for us, it's very clear that the international community needed to address the debt sustainability and the restructuring of the debts in LDCs in order for them to have a sustainable graduation, right? And we know that many LDCs are already burdened by debt servicing before the COVID, right? I think 25 LDCs spend more on debt service than their health and education budget. So second issue we needed to do is to really increase ODAs. And the ODA has increased, but the rate of increase to LDCs is lower than to other countries, developing countries. And the developing countries, by and large, have not fulfilled their commitment of 0.15 to 0.2 ODA, to GNI commitments to LDCs. So that needs to increase. And we also need to increase South-South and triangular cooperation, which is really an important means of support. And then we needed to really look at new and innovative financial instruments. And in this context, I think we're all aware that there's this discussion of multidimensional vulnerability index to enhance the eligibility of LDCs for concessional financing. And then we also needed to really provide the kind of assistance that are critically needed to secure the sustainable graduation. That is what this SGSF is about. So what can UNDP do? Right. And the UNDP has a long history of supporting LDCs and through their graduation and beyond. And a number of relevant actions that are important for today's discussion is we're working with DESA and other UN agencies to support the development of integrated national financing strategies, right? The INFFs, that can align national development plans and SDGs, align financing to the national strategies and SDGs. Right? So this is really important. We needed to make use of these instruments for what we need today. The second thing we're doing is we're establishing international standards to facilitate alignment of private capital to the SDGs. So we have developed the standards for private equity funds, bond issuers, and enterprises for investors, governments, and right, to invest according to the national plans for SDGs. Right? And we're also developing investor maps. Right? For example, we're doing this in 15 countries already. We're doing in 25 more countries. In Rwanda and Uganda, we already have the SDG investor maps. Right? We have identified many so-called SDG investment opportunities, right, for private sector to come in. Right? And in terms of bonds and so forth, we're also working with different countries. Right? In LDCs, there's one example in Maldives. We're working with governments to design the blue bond, right, that can generate more financing. And finally, we're working with the UNCDF to develop the digital finance ecosystem. I know the head of UNCDF will talk later as well. So we're working with governments to develop enabling policy and regulatory environment, financial and digital literacy, open digital payment systems, and the private sector, capacity to innovate and to invest. So I just want to end by saying that we are very committed to supporting LDC's graduation agenda. And we look forward to work with DESA, with OHRS, to support the stand-up of this facility and to collaborate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Xu. You have identified actually a number of areas where UNDP could be, with partners, support the facility. I was intrigued in particular by the Integrated National Financing Strategy instrument. It could be very relevant, and especially now in the post-COVID economic recovery. The idea of aligning private capital to SDGs is also very attractive, and the fact that you're working already on digital financing with UNCDF is really encouraging, and the whole purpose of the graduating support facility is exactly to bring in all this type of expertise and support in a very focused way. Thank you very much, Mr. Xu. Now we move to the second part of our discussion, which is the interactive discussion. We have 4 lead discussants, and let me start very quickly by inviting His Excellency, the Ambassador, Permanent Representative of Laos, Mr. Anuprap Vongroko, to share with us how he thinks the Sustainable Graduation Support Facility could assist Laos PDR, one of the countries that have successfully the criteria for graduation. Ambassador, you have the floor for graduation. Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. It is my great honor to join this session on behalf of my Foreign Minister. In its 2021 triennial review, the CDP recommended that the Laos PDR met the thresholds for the LDC graduation for the second time. By meeting all these criteria for graduation, as the country has been impacted by COVID-19 pandemic, it is also recommended that extended preparatory period of 5 years with careful monitoring and analysis be put in place with specific smooth transition support given. For the Laos PDR being both an LDC and landlocked, the sustainable and irreversible graduation from LDC is the ultimate goal. In the recent years, the government has concentrated its efforts on achieving these expectations through the implementation of the 5-year National Socio-Economic Development Plans and achieved many successful outcomes. However, the recommendation for graduation does not mean that all the challenges the country has encountered will end, and the Laos PDR may inevitably continue to face more numerous challenges after graduation. As an LDC, the Laos PDR has significantly relied on ODA for socio-economic development, and the declining ODA in recent years has further posed additional concerns for the country to redefine other sources to mobilize funding and to maximize strategic allocations of development finance, including from foreign and domestic private investment, as well as from financial institutions, to support the implementation of each of the National Development Plan and sectoral development plans. Previously, the LAOPDI has enjoyed an access to concessional loans from bilateral and multilateral sources, as well as part of the preferences for LDCs. Given this, LDC graduation might affect access to grants and concessional loans. Moreover, that situation has posed a threat to smooth and sustainable graduation. Hence, the LAOPDI is working with its creditors on long-term debt rescheduling, as outlined in the current National Socio-Economic Development Plan. The government is also determined to adopt policies that reduce debt burden and ensure macroeconomic stability. External debt remains a major concern, and the impact of the pandemic further worsened the existing financial constraints. As a result, it has created an unfavorable effect on our financial situation, from losing revenue to wider budget deficit and increasing pressure on debt sustainability. These uncertainties will definitely continue at least in the next few years, which is implied a setback in all three dimensions correspond to the review of the LDC graduation. The EVI indicator on natural disasters clearly showed that the country did not perform well when it comes to dealing with natural shocks such as storms, floods, droughts, among others. The country and development partners are working to advance alternative development patterns to build the country's resilience on a broad range of disaster and to reverse environmental degradation, restoring and preserving natural resources and rural livelihoods. Apart from the existing challenges, the ongoing unprecedented health crisis has further imposed a serious threat to revert our decade-long progress and increase our country's vulnerability. Despite strong growth recorded over the past decade, leading to significant poverty reduction, inequalities have also grown. Against this backdrop, inequality is likely to have further increased, as has been in the case globally. A strong emphasis is given to the elaboration and adoption of fiscal and development policies aimed at reducing existing inequalities between rural and urban areas. Like many countries, stringent lockdown has severely disrupted social and economic activities. The pandemic caused volatile commodity price shock, supply chain disruption, loss of export earning, reduced investment and remittances, and higher unemployment, among others. Service sector, especially tourism, has been one of the key sectors that generate significant sources for income and employment. To compare, the number of tourist arrivals during the pre-COVID was at the average of 4.5 million per year. But in 2020, the country has received only about 800,000 tourists at the first few months before lockdown. About 80% decline, resulting in 700 to 800 million loss of income. Export was also drastically affected, with consequences of 50% declining in the first 7 months of 2020 in comparison with the same period in 2019 due to the decreased market demand, limit on export and transportation, and lack of productive capacity. Regarding external financing, foreign investments in mega projects such as hydropower and mining have been halted for some time by the lack of labors and strict measures imposed on travel. Remittances have been severely declining since a large number of around 300,000 migrant workers returned to the country. And unemployment rate abruptly rises from 9.4% to 23.4%. It is crucial to bear in mind that graduation from LDC status should not be an end goal. We are of the view that quality, smooth graduation must be ensured so that the graduating country will not slip back to LDC after graduation. It is therefore raises some serious concerns and questions that whether it can ensure a smooth graduation and whether under these circumstances, graduation of these countries will not compromise their development prospects, and whether graduating country will be able to maintain its development progress while addressing huge COVID-19 impact and working towards its graduation and achievement of SDGs, unless international support measures are enhanced. Towards this end, the establishment of LDC Sustainable Graduation Support Facility is of great importance to support graduating and graduated countries in the next decade to ensure the progress towards long-term sustainable development. The SGSF will provide capacity building support and technical advisory services across 6 specific areas. Lastly, we call on international community and development partners to honor their commitments in order to realize the aforementioned objectives and enhance necessary support to graduating countries to ensure smooth graduation and attain the SDGs. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I think it's very important, your last call to international community to make this graduation process a collective endeavor, as it was intended when the criteria was established 50 years ago. You have highlighted a number of areas which are very critical. In fact, Laopedia is an excellent example of a countries that have met the criteria for graduation through determination and focused government attention on economic growth. But to graduate at a time when the global economy is in the midst of crisis, and with the COVID and economic crisis is a big challenge. You have mentioned debt issue. I will come back to it. You've also raised the natural shocks, climate change related challenges. You also highlighted the importance of ODA and especially concessional loans and what graduation means for this kind of support that graduating countries get. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now, the next lead discussant is Mr. Nicholas Zaimas, advisor to the Director DG Trade, European Commission. And for Mr. Zaimas, what we want to hear from him is whether he thinks that the current smooth transition arrangement in existence is adequate, in his opinion, or in the Commission's opinion, to prevent graduating countries from potentially slipping back. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair, Excellencies. Thank you very much for inviting us to this very important conference. Graduation is something that I have been asked to discuss for a few minutes from the trade aspect. First, I want to say that, congratulations to those countries that have graduated or are on the point of graduating. We have 16 of them. As previous speakers have said, this is cause for actually celebration. The enormous efforts that these countries have put, they have paid off, and they are already moving in the right direction in terms of growth and industrialization. So what should be our role, especially of trade, would be to encourage and to accelerate this dynamic. Now, trade, of course, is very important. We do believe that it is also due to trade that a lot of countries have managed to grow and have managed to meet the criteria, especially the economic one, that will lead them outside the LDC category. Now, in terms of EU, already some speakers have referred to what is the situation regarding LDCs. You may already know the EU has a program called Everything But Arms, which gives duty-free, quota-free for 100% of products except arms. Now, what happens at the moment of graduation? We do understand that, of course, all problems are not resolved at midnight the day of graduation. These challenges do remain, and therefore, our policy is to maintain these benefits for a certain number of years. And with regards to trade, the EBA facility is maintained for 3 years, but I can reveal that in practice it can be also 4 years, because it does take time for us to do the legislative work. So in practice it could be 4 years or even a bit more. And I want to refer to what the ambassador of Vanuatu said at the beginning. First of all, congratulate Vanuatu for graduating in the midst of the pandemic, for taking this bold decision and for looking at the graduation positively. So they graduated in December 2020, last year. But our proposal, and this will be coming in a few weeks, will be to graduate Vanuatu from the EBA and LDC category, so from the EBA benefits, on the 1st of January 2025. So we do believe that maintaining these benefits for a few more years is important to Vanuatu. Now, of course, the most important aspect is what happens afterwards. What is our plan? Now, we want to encourage growth linked to sustainable development. I think sustainable development is something that many speakers refer to it. They refer to the challenge of meeting the SDGs in 2030. Therefore, we do believe that we could continue with some form of benefits that linked, however, to sustainable development. For this, we do have a program which provides a lot of the benefits given to LDCs, but they are directly linked to the respect of 27 international conventions in 4 clusters, covering human rights, labor rights, the protection of the environment, and good governance. So for those countries after graduation from EBA who want to commit to sustainable development, we have the program which is called GSP Plus, and which will ensure that benefits given to them under EBA, or a large part of them, they're not identical, will be maintained. Now, you may not know, but we are right now reviewing the legislation on GSP. And the reason we're reviewing is because we want to make sure that we open the door for all ex-LDCs to be able to accede to GSP Plus whenever they graduate. So this is that we, again, will be coming later this year in the Commission's proposal. Now, we believe it is important, of course, to link graduation growth to sustainable development, because it is, of course, something that investors will notice. Investors will notice that a country is committed to sustainable development, is committed to respecting international norms, as these are set out in these 27 international conventions. We do believe, however, of course, that domestic efforts must continue. The efforts, trade alone is not, it's only one part of the solution, is not the whole solution. So it is important that governments continue efforts to create a good business climate, a steady legal framework that will inspire confidence among investors, so as to help on investing in that country and help further economic growth and industrialization. Of course, the EU, that's not my role as a trade expert to speak, but the EU continues to support these countries with other means, with development aid, but also for countries, for example, who will accede to the GSP Plus facilities. We have specific projects that can help them in addressing certain aspects including even practical things like logistics, like reporting to international organizations. We're aware that committing to ratify international conventions, it implies a lot of also logistical work in terms of reporting to the international monitoring bodies. So we do have also projects that can help what we call GSP Plus beneficiaries. So I understand I only have 5 minutes, but I wanted to conclude by again congratulating these countries. We understand the challenges linked also to COVID, and I'll be happy to participate further in the discussion later on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. It was excellent, and I think it's good to hear from European Commission, because I think, as everyone knows, you highlighted trade issue. So many years ago, the duty-free, quota-free process was led, as you know, by. So I think it's important you highlighted that, and something that many graduating countries have in their mind. Also highlighted about GSP Plus. Of course, it comes with conditionalities and international norms, but I think it's encouraging for countries that are graduating and that could meet this part of these norms for them to benefit from GSP Plus offers by EU. Thank you very much. I hope we will have a discussion or some questions on this issue, since it's really in the minds of many graduating countries. Now, the next discussant, I have the pleasure to invite the Executive Secretary of UNCDF, Ms. Preeti Sinha. UNCDF, as you know, is a very critical UN agency supporting LDCs for many years and continues to do so in finance and many other areas, including microfinance, which is really critical in agriculture and other area. So what we want to hear from you, Madam, is how can UNCDF contribute to sustainable graduation support facility? You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and a good afternoon to all excellencies, delegates and colleagues. So it is very critical that the LDC5 conference delivers concrete solutions that make finance work better for the LDCs, both the graduating and graduated countries. So in our work at the UN Capital Development Fund, I'll be pleased to present some of the options that we are working on in terms of funds and financing. First, let me say that the Sustainable Graduation Support Facility is one such measure that can provide the graduating and graduated countries the capacity support that they need to achieve a smooth transition and address the loss of LDC-specific international support measures. The LDC5 document also calls for a dedicated financing mechanism that uses catalytic capital to mobilize sustainable private finance. And I'll be happy to give a suggestion that UNCDF has for this particular facility. Together, these two dedicated facilities can play a complementary role in providing graduating LDCs access to finance. In this context, it is critical for us at UNCDF to think about how we can be more ambitious and further increase our support in responding to the calls for these dedicated support facilities. In the coming years, we aim to accelerate the transition at UNCDF to become a hybrid organization between being a development agency and a development finance agency, and to serve the needs of our countries much better in this way. This means that we will pursue integrated approaches to support SDG achievement by providing a combination of policy and technical assistance, along with catalytic financing and financial advisory services. Our work to support inclusive digital economies and finance, along with municipal development finance and infrastructure investment, remain critical foundations of our work. This helps to strengthen the enabling environment, public and private capacities, and domestic market ecosystems that allow countries to increasingly attract investments, including from external public and private capital providers. For example, to support transformation to digital economies, we work with fintech firms and digital platforms in countries to help link small and medium enterprises, SMEs, to markets, to financial services, and to integrate digital solutions into their business models. We also explore how innovative ways for digital technologies can help mobilize SDG investments. For example, in Bangladesh, we have a project underway to digitally mobilize small balance savings and invest them in green infrastructure, which provide a return. This could unlock some of billions of dollars in savings in the country and transform some of the Bangladeshi citizens from micro savers to micro investors. This is an example of some of the work that we do in countries. In our support for increasing flow of finance to the municipal level, for example, we help mobilize and channel climate finance to the local level. In Cambodia, for example, we have brought localized climate adaptation finance to over 50 districts for investments in local climate resilient infrastructure. We also supported direct access to the Green Climate Fund for the local authorities in Cambodia. UNCDF can use its financial instruments to provide catalytic capital to growth SMEs and strategic small investment projects with the transformative SDG potential to crowd in much needed additional investments. So the dedicated financing facility I mentioned before, I would like to refer to that as our bridge facility, which allows us to issue flexible loans and guarantees to de-risk projects and to help attract additional commercial and semi-commercial capital for small businesses and infrastructure projects and other SDG-aligned investments. If properly resourced, this bridge facility can fulfill its mandate to serve as a dedicated financing mechanisms for LDCs and graduating countries. To facilitate access to additional finance, we have also established and we support 2 third-party managed blended finance funds that provide commercial investment finance to graduating and graduated countries. These include the $250 million Build Fund, which is a blended fund to support SMEs, and the Euro $350 million International Municipal Investment Fund for infrastructure and other municipal investments. We would like to position UNCDF to serve and to be the UN's flagship catalytic financing agency to serve the LDCs and the graduating LDCs and the wider UN development system, providing financial expertise, instruments, and solutions to other UN entities as well. This will allow our financing support to achieve greater scale and allow us to continue to provide these instruments to the countries graduating. We will certainly accompany the graduating countries on their journeys and will be there in partnership with them. To help attract further investments, we are also expanding support to countries to help identify bankable pipelines of projects and which are enterprise and infrastructure based with SDG impacts. So we're working on the country level on country investment pipelines. UNCDF looks forward to working with the Sustainable Graduation Support Facility to address challenges faced by the graduating and graduated LDCs in accessing finance and attracting additional resources from the private sector for SDG-aligned investments. With that submission, I would like to thank you and look forward to discussing this further. Over to you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It was really excellent, and I can see, we can see it, the support you provide fitting in well with the graduation support facilities objectives, and your point about transforming your organization to a hybrid development agency and financing agency, and I think that's really excellent prospect, and the points you raised about mobilizing climate finance to local level, I think that would be really very critical for graduating countries, and about providing finance to SMEs. So thank you very much, and I am sure there will be some questions maybe directed towards you on the specific areas you have highlighted. Now, the final discussant is Mr. Olivier Catiano, head of Policy Analysis and Strategy Unit at OECD. OECD is a very critical, important organization, and Secretariat DAC is in OECD. So how can, in your opinion, sir, the OECD will contribute to the Sustainable Graduate Support Facility? You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, UNHRLS and UNPESA for the invitation and very clear presentation of the, which I think is very much needed, and menu of available services will help nation and avoid duplication because we very often from the field diagnostic fatigue, and I think is going straight to your question, Mr. Moderator, how we could contribute to this facility. I will pick 3 of the service offering lines that Elliot has presented. The first one is service offering line number 2, support to graduating and graduate LDCs. As you know, the OECD, together with the WTO, is custodian of the Aid for Trade initiative in charge of monitoring and evaluation. And we think that this initiative that was designed and adopted back in 2005 is not necessarily for purpose anymore in the COVID-19 and beyond era. We need to draw the lessons from the trade in value-added work that has been done and focus more on the qualities of trade and foreign direct investment, i.e. what is left behind in the countries and not only market access, and promote further technology transfers, skills, knowledge, and other kinds of transfers, build further the resilience of global value chains and so on. So we'll table in the fall a new paper on Aid for Trade 2.0 as this shift. The second service offering line I would like to mention is number 3 on the smooth transition. It says that the OECD has developed a transition finance toolkit that is available on the UN LDC platform, and that was tailored to the LDC graduation needs thanks to the help of our UNOHRLS colleagues. The idea of this transition finance work is to supplement the UN development finance assessment by bringing the donor's perspective and having our DAC members focus on the transition needs of the countries, making sure they avoid, the dual financing gap. ODA is phasing out, one being quantitative by utilizing domestic resources, private sector, the other one being qualitative, ensuring that, for instance, when private sector finance kicks in, it remains in accordance with the SDGs, sustainability government. In our toolkit, we have a set of country pilots, 7 of them done, and that have been articulated here again with the INFFs that have been by the UN. We have a compendium of best practices. We have a dashboard for countries to do their own analysis and benchmarking of their financing strategies, including now also some sectoral dimensions, for instance, for financing the health sector. And we have some fact sheets, for specific transition milestones, like the LDC graduation, but also IDA and types of. The last service offering line I would like to mention is number 4 on access to finance. I think what we see from our transition finance analysis, the main challenge for LDC graduation is the flip side of the ODA phasing out coin, which is how to manage access to financial markets. Is accessing the private finance, but less concessionality, less advantageous conditions, and also another difficulty is sometimes for country having to renounce to access to some more concessional finance, for instance, some climate funds, because of the lack of technical expertise in the financial sector. So what we propose, for the LDC5, to consider building on the tax inspectors without border initiative and model, is to create, some global advisory pool mechanism that will give access to LDCs to neutral, affordable, and quality financial advice in support of country-owned financing strategies. That will help the country, navigate increasingly complex financing landscape. And in our global outlook, financing for sustainable development, we point at more than 2,000 instruments to choose from for the governments, and also to keep up with the constant innovation of the financial sector. It was already mentioned here, SDG bonds, debt swaps, and are appearing in this landscape. So I will leave it here with those three considerations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was really excellent. You have identified three of them related to aid for trade and in finance area. Perhaps I could also add another one that OECD, especially the Development Center, is conducting, which is the Productive Transformation Policy Review that the OECD has already started with some graduating LDCs, and it's going to be a very useful tool for assisting graduating and graduated countries in identifying the policies that they need to introduce to develop their productive capacity. Thank you very much for your presentation. Well, that completes the presentation by lead discussants, and what's left now, we don't have much time, but we have to give an opportunity for question and answer. Apparently the chat facility is not working, so you can raise your hand, and with the help of Secretariat, I'll be able to give you the floor. Any questions? And if you identify to whom the question is directed, it will be helpful. Any questions? I hope you can hear me. Maybe I'm talking to myself.
Yes, there's a question from the room.
Okay, you might have to ask them to speak because I can't see them.
Please introduce yourself and please go ahead with your question, madam.
And if they could say
Thank
to
you.
whom they are directing it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. Actually, I don't have questions right now, but I have brief remarks on this particular subject. All protocol observed. My name is Prathama Upreti, Counselor at the Permanent Mission of Nepal to the United Nations at New York. Mr. Chair, the LDC have special needs which require special attention from the international community in their individual and collective efforts to graduate from this category. The ongoing pandemic, with its multidimensional socioeconomic impacts, has further stressed the ability to graduate from LDC status. Progress made over the past decade with respect to graduation is not so satisfactory. Only 6 countries so far graduated. Against this backdrop, I would like to highlight following points. First, continued supports and incentives are critical to accelerate the number of LDCs reaching the graduation thresholds and ensuring their sustainable and irreversible graduation. Second, trade capacity with effective market access for LDC has to be enhanced. For this, graduating LDCs must be provided the duty-free, quota-free market access, as well as other specific trade benefits for a period of at least 12 years after the graduation to ensure sustainable graduation. Their climate financing and technical support is also important as they are the most vulnerable group to the adverse effect of climate change. Fourth, ensuring full implementation of trade facilitation agreement, special and differential treatment, as well as simple, transparent and predictable preferential rules of origin are vital to integrate LDCs into global market. Similarly, adequate investment supports fulfillment of ODA commitment and aid for trade are equally important to support the irreversible graduation. To this end, international solidarity and renewed global partnership between LDCs and the development partners is key to leading LDCs towards sustainable graduation and SDG implementation. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Moderator, we have a hands up for of a person of Anan Hashim.
Okay.
And then I see another hand in person on the floor. Let's first go to the online person.
Because I cannot see the hands from my end, so we may have to ask them to ask the questions. Yeah. If they could also indicate to whom they are directing questions.
Hello, did you hear?
Hello? Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay. Today we are in the meeting of the Asia Pacific Review meeting. We all know that all the countries are nowadays we are developing countries. We needed the madam said that 6 countries are in graduation. We need to graduate other countries. In several countries there is facing. I am a student. I know about the educational qualification in other countries. Many of the countries students are facing the education problem and unemployment. We need to, in the developing countries or the graduating countries must be supported the graduation in countries. We need to change the positions of the developing countries education program. The education is the most powerful weapon in this world. We need to give the education in the foundation level, and those which countries are graduated, we need to take a survey report about that, because their countries education, whenever the students give the education, they only know about the climate and climate changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shall we take more questions, or do I direct this to someone to answer?
Yeah, maybe one more, Tess. I don't know if you see it, but there's a UN woman from the floor.
Okay.
Please also indicate to whom you address the question, madam.
Thank you very much. I don't know who. I mean, any of the I don't know, the participants could. The presenters could respond. I can't remember who made the presentation, but it is related to external debt, which I think remains a major problem for LDCs. How can this aspect be dealt with so that LDCs can indeed move towards graduation? Why I'm asking this is because I think it is high time we start looking at different macroeconomic variables like debt management, taxation, illicit financial flows from the eyes of the poorest of the poor. So this issue of debt management, it really troubles me a lot, looking at LDCs and graduation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Perhaps we can deal with these 2 questions. The first one is on education. If I may ask Deb, in the new narrative that he outlined, where does education fit in? If you could start very briefly, Deb.
Tess, will you kindly repeat that question? I didn't fully follow the question.
Sorry, the question was on education, importance of education for growth, and also even dealing with the climate change and unemployment is a major problem. Yes, education. The gentleman highlighted the importance of education. So I'm just asking in terms of the new narrative where it fits in.
Yeah, I think I cannot agree more that the education should get a much more higher profile in the smooth and sustainable graduation strategy for a number of reasons. Apart from the general SDG perspective, that we need not only the enhanced secondary education, which is also part of the eligibility criteria for the LDCs, but also from the perspective of the diversification of the economy and the productivity growth, what we are all talking about. We do understand that digitization is the future. We see the foreshadow of the fourth industrial revolution. And so in terms of preparation for the new workforce, for the new work environment, education has to take a transformative role in many sense in that way. So the new narrative is also, again, it is going back to the domestic factors. My new narrative is all about using the ISMs for creating domestic capacity much more, whether it is about using the blended finance or it is about bringing in more technology to adaptation or having more climate action. So it is all about that, the focus has to come on within the country, and obviously education, the quality of the education is critical. And as everybody would agree, given that the COVID, that the 14 months, 15, 16 months closure of all the educational establishment has made it necessary to link your graduation strategy with the recovery policy. So even in education, that the recovery policy has to be now embedded into the graduation strategy. And it is most visible in case of education. That is one point I would have loved to mention. And if you allow me, Tess, for 1 minute on the debt issue, and I think it is a very, very important and substantive issue. What has happened in the debt overhang is coming in. The issue is the sources of the debt is important here. Whether many of these debt are attributable or accrued to the multilateral organization or to the bilateral donors or to the private capital. You see this. So it is very important. Say, for example, South Asia, Bangladesh is my country. Most of our debt is to the multilateral institutions, IFIs. And most of the OECD-backed donors have opted post-Paris into the untied grant money. So concession finance. So most of it is to the international debt. But you look at my neighboring country, Sri Lanka, most of his debt is to the private capital market. So so it is very important to look at the composition of the debt, where it is accruing to. And regarding policies, my general policy approach to as we move towards LDC 5 is implement the G20 guidance or the commitment that there has to be the G20 has said that we put a moratorium on payment, but did not, to my best of my knowledge, did not explicitly say write-off or swaps. So what is important for the debt management issue is that to move from moratorium on payment to swaps and write-offs in certain ways. That has to be one of the major deliverables on the debt agenda as we move to LDC 5. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Det, on that. In fact, Deb, I would like to actually build on that, and on the point you raised. You're right. I'm glad you mentioned G20, which suspended but not dealt with the moratorium issue or cancellation. On the debt issue, I would like to, if I may, direct this question to three of the discussants, starting because we want to understand from the country level with Ambassador of Laos, His Excellency Mr. Anaprop Bongoroko, who highlighted debt as a major concern. So if we could hear from you very briefly from national perspective, from country perspective on the debt issue, then I would like to ask after your brief intervention, Ms. Preti Sinha, of Executive Secretary of UNCDF, to touch on this issue. And then finally, I would like also to ask Mr. Olivier Catano from OECD to comment on it. Now, Ambassador, you have the floor. The ambassador there? But is he? Okay, well.
Yes, he doesn't seem to be there.
Okay, if not, then I will move on. Ms. Priti Sinha, if he could address the debt issue, the debt question.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So first, just for overall awareness, what we would look at would be the Debt Service Suspension Initiative, the DSSI, that we're all aware of. So that involves the World Bank, IMF, and the G20 countries. So I would refer the question to that aspect. Let me turn to a couple of things that we are doing at UNCDF. One, during the upcoming General Assembly, we are conducting a dialogue on sovereign borrowers. It's called the Sovereign Borrowers Conference on 23rd of September. There, we would like to bring various stakeholders into this meeting on ratings, on the banks, on the countries themselves, and to really discuss, what are some of the steps that countries need to take to reform, to then get better ratings that would then impact their lower interest rates when they go to the capital markets. So obviously the question first is, countries do still need funding, and one of those sources of fundings are global capital markets. So we have two solutions. One, better ratings get lower interest rates. And for example, Benin recently issued a Euro $500 million bond, and they focused the investments into SDGs. So it's an SDG bond, which led to reduced interest rates as well. The other initiative that we are thinking about is an innovation for capital markets called the Nature Performance Bonds or other such instruments, where we would like to leverage countries' natural assets, other than the interest payments. So the idea would be you would issue a bond and have benchmarks for, let's say, biodiversity preservation, and the interest rate would go down as you met these targets. And we believe entities such as the GCF, etc., could come in to bridge that decreased interest payments, so that the bond continues as it is in the market, but the load on the countries is decreased. So these are kind of two innovations we are thinking of, and we hope the countries and us will engage in this discussion. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much. That's very, very helpful. Lastly, let me give the floor to Mr. Olivier Catiano from OECD.
Moderator, for the question, I fully agree. I mean, said already, I mentioned already, that is a critical issue. I mean, threshold. Follow-up of the COVID-19 crisis. I mean, we have worked on the number of papers, one on the DSSI and its impact, another one on the debt in the SIDS countries, and one in the SADC region as well, trying to explore the thing. What I think is important also is to draw the lessons from the past and the previous, like the EP initiative, to not repeat the mistakes, I mean, that have been done, in particular when we create more fiscal space as a result of debt forgiveness or initiative, how to make sure that this fiscal space is used to serve best the SDGs and the sustainable development of the country, and also how to prevent that from happening again. That the World Bank and the IMF are heavily involved on the debt sustainability, but sometimes, I mean, they put thresholds and constraints to our members who have to stop lending to some countries, but then those countries might turn to other private or other countries' lenders who might have conditions that are less restrictive, and then it can create yet another problem. That's why I think it's important, as I mentioned, to increase, I mean, technical assistance and capacity building in helping those countries, I mean, navigate this landscape and avoid that they make some mistake by sometimes learning about the conditions of the loans once it is signed. And that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I just make a couple of points quickly?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Just on this question of debt, okay. I think it comes back to thank you. It comes back to this integrated national financing frameworks that I mentioned earlier. That at the end of the day, the LDCs only have 14% GDP tax to GDP ratio for LDCs on average, which is already much lower than the middle income country, developing countries, 19-point-some%, tax to GDP ratio. So their ability to generate domestic financing resources is really limited. Okay. They also have structural challenges. Right? That means it's very difficult for them to achieve, FDI, the foreign direct investment. So the external financing is also limited. If you look at OECD data, for external financing of LDCs, 2/3 are still ODAs. So 2/3 of LDCs external financing comes from ODA. So regardless of what we're talking about, at the end of the day, we do need to look at the ODA as an important part of external financing for LDCs. Because when you look at the financing issue, you have a domestic or external resource, right? And the public and private resources. These are the mix of these four. So the INFFs, are meant to really bring these four parts together based on a national development priorities. Through a dialogue, and analysis and dialogue with all, concerned partners to put a financing package together. So I think we needed to have a sense of realism that for LDCs, we cannot just talk about domestic financing, financial resources and the investment in private sector. Because of structural challenges, the opportunities are limited. That's a reality. So I think we cannot, I would say, really underestimate the importance of continued ODA, the concessional financing for LDCs. Over.
Tess, sorry to interrupt. We have a few minutes left, and I would like to suggest that we give the floor to Geneva, to the USG of OHRLS, and then continue with the closing.
I was going to do that, actually, yeah.
Sorry, I know you cannot see them all. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, so you're right. I think we reached end of our time. So Elliot will close the meeting. Elliot.
Elliot, my apologies, and Tess as well. I just saw a message from colleagues of OHRLS that the USG of OHRLS would like to say a few words before closing, if you don't mind.
Yes, yeah, of course. Yes.
Sorry about that, Tess and Elliot.
No. Of course.
Hello. Am I being heard, Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Go ahead, please.
Listen, just Courtney Rattray from OHR LLS. Just apologies at the outset if I'm trespassing on anybody's lunchtime. I don't want to do that. I just want to make a quick point to just add on to something that Ms. Sinha said from the CDF, because she did mention the G20 debt suspension initiative, which is a debt relief measure. It gives a moratorium on the repayment of debt, so that gives some amount of breathing space to countries that were suffering liquidity problems during the COVID-19. And as you know, that DSSI was followed up by the Common Framework for Debt Burden Relief for low-income countries. I think we need to start looking a bit beyond that. Those are medium-term relief measures, but I think we need to look beyond that to the longer term. Back in 2014, I think, the General Assembly tried to introduce a resolution that would mandate the establishment of a statutory debt resolution mechanism. And ultimately, we were not able to get that through. What we got instead was soft law. We got 9 principles for responsible borrowing or something like that, which really didn't do the trick. I think the time may be ripe for us to revisit the need to have some sort of restructuring mechanism that provides real relief in the form of a reduction of the debt burden of many of the countries that are grappling with debt sustainability. And that would deal with the long-established problem of holdout creditors. You know, it's really just, I think, the situation where a country could go to its creditors and say, negotiate a debt restructuring. You could have 95% of a country's creditors agreeing to restructure debt, and you have 5% of them that are just holding out. And then the whole deal is collapsed because you have a small minority saying that they're not going to take any restructuring. And you have the problem of the vulture funds. I mean, these are the specialized investment funds that go on the secondary market. They wait until a country is in debt distress. So its debt is trading on the secondary market, maybe for 50 cents, 60 cents, 70 cents on the dollar. They buy up that debt and they hold on to that debt until the country is, at the point now of just, it has to restructure. And then they hold out. They don't allow it to be any restructuring to go through. They hold out for 100% of the money. They bought it at 60%, but they're holding out for 100%. And then the country just has to, to pay 100%. Now, we can have a statutory mechanism that deals with that problem of holdout creditors. You can have a statutory mechanism that has enhanced collective action clauses that deals with the holdout creditor problem. But we need to get our creditors to agree to come to the table. And we tried that in 2014. And the creditor countries were just saying, no, we don't want anything that is statutory based. These things can be dealt, with in the private market. And they have not been effectively dealt with in the private market. And I really think developing countries, small island developing states and low-income countries, LDCs, those of us that are saddled with this sort of debt burden need to deal with it once and for all. And I'm just putting it out there that, the short-term moratoria is fine for what it is trying to do. Give breathing space to countries in the middle of a serious crisis. But we have to look beyond the short and medium term to the longer term need to have once and for all debt restructuring and debt restructuring that works for indebted developing countries in a sustainable way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you intervened because this is a very, very important point, pushing for the longer term solution. Now, I know that the Assistant Secretary General is waiting, but I understand for 1 minute, Bangladesh wants to say a word. I heard from Secretariat. So I'll give you 1 minute.
I thank you. Is it working? Okay. I thank you, Mr. Moderator, for giving me the floor. I'll be very brief. And I would like to reflect on a very pertinent question that has come up from the floor with regard to the importance of education, especially now in our efforts to build back better from the COVID-19 pandemic. We all know how COVID-19 has disrupted our education system, and according to UNICEF, close to half of the world's students were affected by partial or full closure of schools. And millions of students in low-income countries did not have the resources and technologies to join remote learning facilities, and this has jeopardized our decades of gains in school enrollments, literacy rates, etc. Against this backdrop, no doubt, we need a global plan to prioritize education recovery, and we can do it by investing in digital tools and services, access to internet, and capacity building of our teachers. And keeping this in mind, the LDC group has come up with a concrete idea, a bold deliverable, in the form of an online university for LDCs in the next program of action. We believe that such a university with high academic excellence and international recognition will be able to create necessary change makers in our societies. We are happy that we had fruitful discussions on this specific idea, the deliverable, during the second preparatory committee meeting last month. And if our development partners support this idea and we can translate it into a reality, we believe that this will help the LDCs not only to upscale their education system, but also to compete with the evolving job markets
in the post-COVID era. I would stop here, Mr. Moderator. I thank you once again for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much. Elliot, I'm sorry, starting late, but you have the floor, Elliot.
Here, for LDC 5, we find that an unprecedented number of countries, 16 in total, are at various stages of the pathway graduation from the LDC status or have recently graduated. Of those 16, 10 are from the Asia-Pacific region. Graduating from the LDC category is and should be a cause for celebration. It's a result of the hard work of the people of these countries, together with bold policy decisions that the leaders of these countries have taken. The UN system, as a partner in social and economic development, congratulates the people of these countries for their achievements. However, while the graduated and the graduating countries have made remarkable progress against social, economic, and environmental indicators, their further development and their attainment of the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals are often challenged by limited productive capacities and the lack of technical and administrative skills. In order to ensure that the graduation from the LDC category is irreversible, and is a stepping stone towards achieving completely the SDGs, we need to ensure that adequate and smooth transition mechanisms are in place for phasing out the international support measures. But we also need to ensure that these countries are well equipped to access the financing they need for their development at affordable and sustainable costs. The UN development system will continue to be a key partner for the LDCs even after graduation. In fact, the member states have instructed the UN development system to remain the key partner for these countries as they navigate their way in the post-graduation landscape. One key attribute of that partnership for the next decade will be the UN's support for capacity building in the graduating and graduated countries. The Committee for Development Policy, through its Secretariat in DESA, over the last 3 years, has joined efforts with OHR LLS to design and pilot the LDC Sustainable Graduation Support Facility, the SGSF, to support these countries. The facility is designed to provide coherent and integrated support where the graduated and graduating countries can tap into the capacity building support from any UN agency, along with other collaborating multilateral and bilateral partners. Through this mechanism, the UN development system intends to make the UN support more integrated, more strategic, and more precisely targeted to the needs of the countries in order to facilitate and catalyze an accelerated progress in the country's abilities to make more informed decisions in access to finance, in benefiting from trade, and in formulating other socio-economic development programs intended to achieve the SDGs. This will enhance the work of the UN Interagency Task Force on LDC graduation that was established in 2017, and it aims to provide a UN system-wide support to graduating countries in close collaboration, of course, with the resident coordinators in the UN country teams on the ground. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19, climate change, biodiversity loss, the debt crisis, all of these exogenous factors have complicated even further the already challenging pathway to graduation for LDCs, and it's made much more difficult their efforts to ensure that their development progress is irreversible. LDC 5 comes, therefore, at a particularly opportune time, and with it, the launch of the Sustainable Graduation Support Facility. We thank you for your interest in and support for this facility. I personally also thank you for your participation in this session and for the very interesting exchange of experience and of ideas. With that, I'd like to give the floor back to our co-chairs and thank you again for your attention and participation.
Sakiko.
Thank you very much. I think we are already way over time, so I will limit my remarks to just a few points and perhaps to just 1 or 2 minutes. I think Mr. Harris has already summed up a great deal of the sentiments that I wish to express. And throughout also, Tess, you have highlighted many of the important points that were made. I was very much struck through this meeting by the various comments made by the principal stakeholders, governments of not just Vanuatu, but Lao PDR, Bangladesh, and others who spoke, as well as the agencies who are supporting the LDC graduation process, about all the very positive work that is being done. But at the same time, as I was equally struck by the comments made, for example, about this debt issue as a real case example of what it is that is fundamentally so difficult for LDCs to graduate. The fact is that for these decades, so few countries have actually managed to graduate. And this is the most troubling fact that we are facing. And the fact that we have this pandemic crisis, which actually the LDCs have managed very well in terms of public health, but they have been very hard hit by the socio-economic consequences due to the global macroeconomic disruptions in trade, in tourism, in supply chains, and so forth. They have been particularly hard hit. That is where they have faced these difficulties, and these things actually reveal the fundamental structural vulnerabilities that these LDCs face. And the fact that they have passed the benchmarks, you know, the graduation criteria are just a benchmark of a very fundamental process of transformative development for sustainable and equitable, inclusive development. And the obstacles are like in the case of debt. Mrs. Xu, I think, very graphically illustrated the obstacles that are faced by the LDCs in managing their debt crises, debt problems, and in getting out of their debt constraints and finding alternative sources for financing in development, and that these structural constraints need to be addressed both within the countries, by the governments, by the private sector, and in partnership with the international community. And this is why, once again, the structural transformations for equitable and sustainable, but also productive capacity development is so key, is an essential factor behind graduation. And that is not something that you pass when you when you got the indicators to a certain level and that you can just pass the finish line of graduation. And this is why this is such a long-standing process, and this is why new approaches are needed. And I think what Deb was emphasizing, that there are within even the facilities that are available, there are talked about ones, the less talked about ones, and the least talked about ones. And those are, ironically, the ones that will make the greatest sustainable difference. Thank you very much. And thank you, everybody, for participating and for your engagement with these issues.
Thank you, Sakiko. Now I'll pass it to Roland.
Well, thank you very much to all the speakers, to all the participants. I'm afraid you cannot see me properly. I also thank everybody for staying on longer, 20 minutes or so. And with that, would like to formally close this session, and we will follow up with the organizers to see how we can provide an input to the outcome document of this week in Geneva. With that, I wish everybody a wonderful day, and thank you very much, Tess, for moderating this, and for everybody, again, for their participation. Have a wonderful day.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Thank you. Goodbye,
Bye,
everyone.
Sakiko, Seb, Elliot. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Thanks.